Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we're going to be talking about your November horoscopes, folks. What is going on in November? Well, we're out of eclipse season, that's a fact, but the disruptive astrology of 2024 is not over yet. There will be some good news in November. There's also going to be some surprises. Some of them might feel more auspicious than others. Let's put it this way. We do have a very challenging transit at the beginning of the month. Mars in opposition to Pluto. This is probably my least favorite transit of the month. It's going to be active pretty much from the beginning of the month until the 4th. Mars in opposition to Pluto can bring intense fights, intense conflicts, stealthy attacks, transformative accidents or incidents that feel destructive in nature. That's probably my least favorite astrological event. There will also be astrological events that I like a lot more than this. For example, I am a big fan of the 27th of November when the Sun will trine Mars in Leo. So this is probably going to feel like it's giving us all a boost of confidence, a boost of courage, of boldness, and of hope and positivity and optimism. I am also liking the 4th of November when the Sun trines Saturn, so it may feel like things are kind of like stabilizing. Oh, I apologize. Things are stabilizing a little bit after a disruptive start to the month. What other days do I like? I'm like, okay, I'm gonna challenge myself. What other days do I like the most? I have to say, even the full moon on the 15th of November, we're gonna have a full moon in Taurus. It can bring unexpectedly, shockingly, good surprises, uplifting surprises that make us focus on the idea of rebirth, of healing, but also surprises connected with material security, material stability, material kind of like tangible assets, surprises potentially, I don't know, I was just like reading the news earlier, potentially of this nature. So for example, here in the UK, apparently inflation, let me just actually put up the inflation piece of news that I was reading. Inflation surprisingly fell, which was great. So this piece of news says, surprise fall in inflation paves the way for interest rate cuts. So there can be good news connected with the economy coming up around the 15th of November at the time of the full moon. But I've kind of like picked up a few of the most significant dates of the month. I'm going to take a little bit of a step back before I take you through the most important dates of the month. And obviously, we're going to go through the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs. I know maybe many of you jump straight to that. Before we do that, I want to share a couple of things with you. First and foremost, in my practice, I use the whole sign house system. So these forecasts, these horoscopes that I create for the general public, and also in my private practice, I work with the whole sign house system. So if you're using a different house system, such as Placidus, that's fantastic. That's completely up to you. But just know that this is my preferred house system. Also, speaking of my practice, I am a full-time consulting astrologer. I work with clients on a day-to-day basis in a one-to-one setup. I do live Zoom online video astrological consultations with a focus on the natal chart, but I am also, so my practice is quite expanded. I generally recommend starting off with a natal chart. I'm also very invested in the practice of forecasting, which I believe is incredibly useful. I believe in a way that astrology is of massive help because it can give us insights as to the cycles of life, as to the chapter of life that we're in, as to what sort of challenges we can expect along the way, as to what is the best timing to potentially focus on something, focus on potentially, I don't know, like changing our career, or developing a new skill, or moving, or finding a different home. So I love the forecasting part of astrology because it helps us understand the cycles of life. And we have free will no matter what, and I'm a big believer in that. That is my philosophical approach to astrology. I don't believe astrology compels us to do anything. I believe astrology is a language that helps us, a divine language that helps us reconnect with the part of us that has a link with the source of creation, the divine, God, call it what you want. So astrology describes things. It doesn't tell us, okay, this is going to happen, or this is what you have to do. We have the free will to act and to react based off of how we want to see things unfolding. Now, of course, there is the matter of character becoming destiny, because if we make choices repeatedly in alignment with our personality, then we are likely to see a certain type of results in our life. But we can also act out of character in life. Anyway, I don't know what's gotten into me. I just went down the philosophical rabbit hole of how I work with astrology and how I see astrology functioning. So in my practice, I focus on natal chart interpretation, natal chart analysis, which is fantastic for self-awareness, for self-understanding, forecasting, compatibility, relocation, using astrocartography and relocated charts. I'm also a big fan of vocational astrology, so I help people understand what their strengths are, what are the fields, sectors, directions in their professional path that would make them feel the most fulfilled and happiest. So if you want to work with me, you can find me on my website, which is writteninthestars-astrology.com. That is writteninthestars-astrology.com. As a new client, you can go straight to the services section, to the 1 hour, 15-minute Zoom consultation. If you're an existing client, there's a few additional options for you. The year ahead forecast, which is the one to book if we haven't spoken for almost like a year. And also the 30 minutes follow-up consultation if you have some specific questions that you would like us to answer. Going back to the astrology of November of 2024. So, oh, by the way, I forgot to share something. I knew that there was one more thing that I wanted to share with you folks. If you want to work with me, I'm currently taking bookings when I'm filming this for the end of November, beginning of December. So once you've made the payment on my website for the consultation, we are going to schedule a slot for you sometime towards the end of November, beginning of December. Generally, the waiting time for a consultation with me is around a month to a month and a half. Now, going back to the astrology of November of 2024, let's go in chronological order. 1st of November, we've got a new moon in Scorpio. A very intense, a very transformative, a very emotional new moon, a new beginning. The new moon is in a trine to Saturn, so whatever transformation we're experiencing, it does seem to lead to increased stability. However, Mars opposes Pluto at the time of the new moon, so increased stability after some sort of an intense, potentially, I don't want to say disaster, but of an intense kind of aggressive, maybe kind of like set of like incidents or conflicts, I would say. Mars Pluto can also result in intense battles for survival, and fortunately, we have that instinct for survival in us, and we're going to like tap into it when life pushes us to do that. It is very unfortunate that in this day and age, it's 2024, that people are still, however, in so many places around the world, they still have to fight to live. That is what I see as unfortunate. 2nd of November, Mercury goes into Sagittarius, and on the 26th of November, Mercury is going to retrograde in Sagittarius until the middle of December. So with Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius, there can be potentially kind of like miscommunication and challenges when it comes to matters connected with foreign lands, foreign countries, foreign cultures, delays when it comes to international traveling or things like that. 3rd of November, Venus opposes Jupiter, an energy of excess, of overdoing things, and of overly kind of like optimistic, maybe projections when it comes to a relationship or partnerships, or when it comes to unions or alliances, I would say. 4th of November, Mars goes into Leo. Mars is probably gonna enjoy being in Leo a lot more than than it has enjoyed its transit through Cancer. So Mars in Leo is going to be a transit that we're going to experience all the way until the end of 2024. This Mars is proud to fight. This Mars is very dramatic in its fighting and in its sense of self-assertion. So if something gets us angry, we're probably going to feel like, oh, everyone has to know. Everyone kind of like has to have visibility, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Because Mars in Cancer, for example, turns that sort of like frustrated, angry energy inwards, and it can result in potentially like health issues or like mental health issues and so on. The Sun also trines Saturn on the 4th of November. Really nice stabilizing aspect. 9th of November, Venus squares Neptune. Disappointments, disillusionments in relationships and love potentially, but also over-promising and under-delivering in romantic matters, but also in general when it comes to interactions with others. 11th of November until the 7th of December, Venus transits Capricorn. So this Venus is really going to enjoy working hard for like status and success and achievement. It's going to make Capricorn things pleasant, essentially. So ambition, drive, professional drive, hard work, discipline, it kind of like it makes them a lot, the discipline part, it makes it a lot more bearable, and it also makes it like pleasant in a way. There is a certain amount of joy that can be drawn from the struggle, from pushing ourselves, from proving to ourselves that we've got it, that we can do hard things. Venus appreciates hard things in Capricorn. 12th of November, Mercury squares Saturn, frustrations, blocks, delays when it comes to transportation, when it comes to communication. 15th of November, Saturn direct in Pisces. Dun, 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 dun. So any sort of like stagnation that we felt in our kind of like Pisces sector of the natal chart, slowly but surely it's going to start to, again, like Saturn is like this kind of like slow beast. It's gonna start to like flow in a forward motion from now on. 15th of November, as I said, we're gonna have a full moon in Taurus with the moon conjunct Uranus, so shock, surprise, breakthroughs, but they can be of a pleasant nature because the moon is gonna trine Pluto, it's gonna sextile Neptune, and Venus, the ruler of the full moon, is gonna sextile Saturn as well. 17th of November, the Sun opposes Uranus. The spotlight is very strongly placed on kind of like extreme attitudes and extremely kind of like deliberately like rebellious attitudes towards like money, power, potentially the economy. 19th of November, Pluto re-enters Aquarius. Now this is very, very interesting because at the beginning of the year when Pluto was transiting Aquarius, AI was pretty much all over the news. I'm very curious to see, because Pluto is here to stay, I'm very curious to see if Pluto in Aquarius is going to correspond to a much stronger integration of these sort of like new technologies in the workspace at a collective level. 21st of November, Sagittarius season starts, so the Sun is going to transit Sagittarius, and oh, I'm really sorry, I just had to like push off my desk a spider. I kid you not, it's like a real life spider. Yeah, I did it, he's down. I was keeping an eye on him, I was like making sure that he's not climbing back up, or like it's not climbing back up. 26th of November, Mercury retrograde. We talked about this. I mean, if you can, I would not necessarily between the 26th until the middle of December, maybe kind of like purchase, I don't know, like electronics or new phones or computers, because you might just need to change them. And if you do need to travel, I would get insurance, because Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius, the sign of long distance traveling, can only mean changes of plans, delays, frustrations in this regards. 27th of November, Sun trine Mars. A lot of courage, a lot of stamina, a lot of boldness in making things happen at a grand scale. The spotlight is probably going to be placed also on very kind of like bold and visible and enthusiastic leaders, I'd say. Now, before we dive into the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs, please, please, please remember to listen to the update for your rising sign, because it is with the rising sign in mind that these general horoscopes, these general forecasts are built. If you don't know your rising sign, if you don't know your ascendant, you can listen to the update for your sun sign. But if you know your rising sign, please listen to that one, and you don't have to listen to anything else unless you want to, because I know there's like a lot of people who listen to the forecast for their, I don't know, like partner or like parent or other people in their lives. I also wanted to share something with you. You might have seen it here on my bookshelf. So I received a gift from my friend Anastasia from Anastasia Does Astrology, and I thought I would also share this with you because it is a very, very useful gift that I received, and you can get yours as well. It is your 2025 astrological planner. Anastasia Does Astrology, that's her YouTube channel, that's where you can find her website, but I'm also going to leave her website with the link to where you can purchase this from in the description of the video. It's a lovely, lovely, lovely planner, and what I like the most about it is that it is so meticulously done. So it's got, literally it's got pretty much like lists of the transits of, the most important transits of every month in 2025. So I wanted to show you what this looked like. Slowly, slowly, there it is. So I don't know if you can see. Major transits for January 25. Then it's got these beautiful prompts for every single day when Venus enters Taurus, Mercury conjuncts Jupiter. So every single day here, like you can tell what is kind of like one of the most important transits of the day, one of the most important astrological events of the day. If you want to be prepared, if you want to have really kind of like in a very kind of like accessible manner, a list of the most important things happening in 2025 astrologically. There's also so much kind of like good information at the beginning of this planner. So kind of like some really like basic information that I believe is very helpful. So for example, Anastasia explains what the planets symbolize. The sun symbolizes vitality, ego, goals, conscious self. The moon symbolizes our emotions, our needs, our instincts, our subconscious self. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I have to say it. I repeat, this is not a paid placement. This is literally a gift that I thought I would share with you. And in case you want to get your own, you can find it on Anastasia's website, and I'm going to leave the link in the description box down below as well. Now, without further ado, let us go into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings, November of 2024, what does it have in store for you? Well, Aries, I can tell you this, it is an action-packed month. So let's start with the very, very beginning. On the 1st of November, also active 3 days before, 3 days after, we are experiencing a new one in Scorpio. In your case, Aries, this is happening in your 8th house, which is the house of debts, of taxes, of other people's money. It's also the house of investments, of the partner's resources, of financial partnerships. So this new one can bring some sort of a fresh start in this direction. The new one is making a nice aspect, a supportive aspect with Saturn. So I see this fresh start as a stabilizing one, as a chance for you to start potentially slowly but surely paying off your debts, maybe if anyone owes you money, you might start seeing the money trickling in, as they say, again, slowly but surely. Saturn does not move fast. It is also a very good time to set intentions, maybe when it comes to shared finances, shared assets. For example, if you and your partner, if you are in a relationship, if you're paying for something significant, if you have a mortgage, for instance, you might decide to potentially overpay the mortgage, or if you have some sort of a shared, I don't know, like debt, credit, you may start handling that. You might set some goals, some long-term intentions. You might make a plan in this direction. There is a possibility that if you are in a relationship, your partner might experience a fresh start themselves when it comes to their financial situation. So for example, maybe they are getting a better paid job. It does feel like the energy is an energy of the new moon, of transformation that brings stability, I'd say. Mars, which is the ruler of the new moon, is going to be in your house of home and family life and living situation. So you could be discussing financial matters connected with also your family life, connected with real estate, connected with the area of property, for instance. The money of your parents might also kind of like be at the forefront of your mind. Now, what do I mean by that? For example, I don't know, they might let you know that they are retiring or that they are potentially going to sell the house. There is a possibility, if you're looking to buy property or to sell property, that you might find a buyer around this time, or that you're going to hear some sort of news connected with the financial aspect of this sector of your life. What I'm not liking is that Mars opposes Pluto, so I do believe that there could be some secrets uncovered that could lead potentially to, I don't know, like an argument, a conflict. You might find out that someone's been hiding some things from you, that they've been keeping secrets from you. It could be a family member, it could be your parent, it could be a partner. They could have been keeping something secret because, I don't know, maybe they were ashamed of what was going on, or maybe it just felt like this big taboo. You could be uncovering some sort of a taboo, I wanna say. What I like about the new moon is that Mars, not only does it trine Saturn, it trines Mercury, it trines Neptune as well. So whatever it is that you find out, whatever maybe gets you angry around this time, maybe because you feel potentially betrayed because you wanted to be in the know and you were not in the know. So I feel like this new moon could also uncover some sort of secret that could be a source of crisis at home in your family life. However, what I like about the new moon is the harmonious aspects between Mars, Mercury, Neptune. Essentially, you can talk it out. You don't need to enter into like a full-blown conflict, into a full-blown argument. You don't have to take things personally. You can talk things out. You can kind of like put yourself into the other person's shoes. They are able to put themselves into your shoes and see kind of like where you're coming from and why you're hurt. So I do believe this can be an opportunity for healing, if you ask me. 2nd of November, Mercury goes into Sagittarius in your 9th house. Essentially, you're probably going to be thinking a lot about traveling, about your connection with foreign lands, foreign countries. You might be making plans to travel. You could be talking a lot about traveling, maybe about academic matters throughout the rest of the month. I feel like you are also probably going to look at the big picture quite a lot this month, Aries, and ask yourselves, how does everything kind of like come together? How does everything make sense to me? Also, on the 2nd of November, before Mercury goes into Sagittarius, it's going to trine Mars. Once again, I feel like you've got much more information than you had before when it comes to taking action, especially on the home front, the family front, the living situation front. You seem to be able, around the 2nd of November, maybe also day before and day after, to talk about some really sensitive topics, to express your feelings, to express your emotions, to maybe express how you've been hurt in the past, to maybe draw the line, so kind of like reaffirm, reassert a boundary, I'd say. And from a more kind of like mundane day-to-day perspective. If once again you're looking to get something done in connection with the home, to buy something, to sell something, to buy property, to sell property, Mercury trining Mars kind of like accelerates things in this direction. 3rd of November, Venus opposes Jupiter. Generally, when I see Venus and Jupiter coming together in a tense aspect, there is a chance, there is a high possibility of overdoing things. Maybe trying to, I don't know, cover too much ground if you're traveling around the 3rd of November. Maybe you're trying to cover too much ground, you're trying to do too many things in one day, you're trying to connect with way too many people. Venus and Jupiter activating this axis in your chart, the 3rd house, 9th house axis, can result in potentially you overpromising things. It can result in an overly optimistic view of things. And I know, I mean, clearly we need to think positive thoughts in general, but there is a possibility of kind of like putting things in a much better light than they actually are, of seeing things through rosy colored glasses, and potentially of minimizing what isn't going very well, especially if you're talking about it with someone. Mars on the 3rd of November opposes Pluto. Now, this is an aspect that I dislike a lot. I'm just gonna say it. This is probably the hardest aspect of the month. Mars in opposition to Pluto. It's gonna be active also, so 3rd of November, but also day before and day after. I'm gonna give some general kind of like recommendations here. If it's possible, please stay away from dangerous situations, dark alleys, even in the neighborhood. I wouldn't necessarily go out at night. There is a real chance, I mean, with Mars and Pluto coming together, sometimes there's a real chance of physical danger. I'm gonna put it out there. There's also a chance that a fight, a conflict, an argument with a parent or with a boss or with a family member in general might escalate to a point where, to the point of no return somehow, might escalate to kind of like breaking point essentially, and it does feel like it could be such an intense, powerful, transformative, destructive interaction that there's no coming back from it. There's no coming back from this argument. There's no coming back from this fight. Power struggles, very possible. Intense conflicts, very possible. Something could also break around the house. I would be very careful when it comes to handling hot water, and when it comes to dealing with kind of like heat in general, but also heat and water in the same place. Something could burst, a pipe could burst. That's a possibility. Really intense emotional reactions are very possible in the home space and the family space, not just from you, but also from other people. So it's my least favorite day of the month. My recommendation is to take things slow, to not overreact, and to listen to someone else's viewpoint, and to not take things very, very, very personally. And once again, if you can, please avoid taking risks, unnecessary risks, and putting yourselves in dangerous situations, Aries, on the 3rd of November, day before and day after. 4th of November, Mars enters Leo, and it's going to transit Leo for the rest of the year, because in December, Mars goes retrograde in Leo. I think you're gonna like this. Because Mars is your chart ruler, so your chart ruler gets out of Cancer, a sign that it doesn't really like to be in, and it goes into Leo in your 5th house. I mean, I'm just gonna say it, you're probably going to be very, very, very driven, very motivated after an intense kind of like start to the month. You're probably going to be very motivated for the rest of November, very driven to have fun, to enjoy yourselves, to go after what makes you happy. You might even be like really and like motivated and driven and enthusiastic and put a lot of energy into romantic matters, into creative endeavors. Your creativity is going to be on fire. You are in the mood for games, you're in the mood for romance, you're in the mood for partying, you're in the mood for play. And I think you deserve quite a bit of that after, I repeat, a very, 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 very intense beginning of the month. Overall, you're probably going to feel in a much better mood, Aries, after Mars goes into Leo. So you're probably going to welcome this this transit. Also on the 4th of November, the Sun trines Saturn. It does feel like things are kind of like slowly but surely stabilizing in your life, especially when it comes to relationships with others, with parents, with bosses, potentially also when it comes to financial matters. Things are kind of like becoming a lot clearer. On the 9th of November, but also active day before, day after, Venus squares Neptune. Potentially some sort of disappointment maybe connected with having really high hopes when it comes to maybe a social occasion, a social event. Potentially maybe also when it comes to, I don't know, like doing something together with a partner, a romantic partner in particular. Things might not necessarily turn out in the way that you expected them to turn out. It could feel like you're a tiny little bit disappointed with someone. It could be a romantic partner, but it could also be someone who you've worked with really well in the past. Maybe they failed to rise up to your ideals in some shape or form. There's also a chance that you might experience a little bit of disillusionment in connection with travel. I don't know, maybe you go to a place that you're really excited to go to and you get there and you're like, it's okay. It's not too bad, but it's not that great either. So, yeah, I would just maybe not have like super high expectations when it comes to, I don't know, like this thing that maybe you wanted to see for a long time. And if you are traveling, my recommendation, 9th of November, also day before and day after, watch your wallet, watch your belongings, because they might disappear. They might disappear. I mean, pickpockets are real. 11th of November until the 7th of December, I think you're really going to like this period. Aries, Venus is going to transit your house of career, public status, and public reputation. Now, this generally is a really auspicious time when it comes to all matters connected with professional relationships. So if you need to build relationships, if you need to impress someone in the professional space in order to build a collaboration, to build a partnership with them, if you want to impress a boss, if you need something from a boss, if you need something from a business partner, they're likely to be very amenable, I think is the word. They are likely to be inclined to say yes, to please you, okay? You're also likely to feel very appreciated in the spotlight, in public. So not just in the professional space, although yes, this can apply to your professional life. In general, when you are out into the world, you may feel like there's this sense of like prestige that is associated with you. Your status is somehow improving. Your prestige, your reputation is experiencing improvement. So really nice time. 15th of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Taurus, activating your financial axis. This month revolves a lot around money, as you can tell, Aries for you. You might get paid. This full moon in Taurus is likely to bring money. It puts the spotlight on your money, on your finances. It could also bring some sort of an unexpected source of income, maybe an unexpected, I don't know, like bonus, an unexpected like client signing up for your services. I like the fact that the full moon is in a nice aspect to Pluto in your house of career. It's sextiling Neptune. Venus, the ruler of the full moon, is in a nice aspect to Saturn, and the full moon is also conjunct Uranus. So unexpected financial wins, I believe, unexpected gains from a financial perspective, and also potentially unexpected appreciation and validation and you getting a boost to your sense of self-worth, Aries. Those are all very likely to happen at the time of this full moon. I feel like you're scoring some sort of a win, financially as well as in terms of your self-worth and in terms of your values. There is a mutable T-square in the sky at this time between Jupiter, Saturn, and Mercury. So if you are agreeing to, I don't know, working with someone, if you are saying yes to a new job offer, if you are saying yes to a client, if you're saying yes to, I don't know, like a bonus, if you're accepting some sort of a higher position at work, I would make sure that you discuss very closely the terms and conditions, because they might be really fuzzy. I'm just gonna say it. 17th of November, Sun opposes Uranus. I feel like this is where you become very kind of like aware of some of the things that maybe you need to change. If you wanna achieve financial security and stability, you might need to change a few things in terms of where your money goes, in terms of what you spend it on, in terms of how much money you spend on maybe like fun stuff. There is a chance that you might overspend on fun things. So yeah, just saying. 19th of November, Pluto goes back into Aquarius, and it's here to stay. It's gonna stay here for like years, essentially. So Aries, over the next, a good 2 decades, you are probably going to experience a massive rebirth, a complete transformation of your goals for the future. The communities that you're involved with are probably going to go through drastic changes as well. Massive changes when it comes to friends and friendship in general. But this, again, is something that you're going to feel over the next good few years, so maybe not immediately, I'd say. 21st of November, the sun goes into Sagittarius in your 9th house. You're gonna like this. It basically illuminates your kind of like long distance involvements and engagements, any sort of connections that you have with foreign lands and foreign countries. It illuminates your sector of travel, of academic matters, of your academic studies, for instance, of legal matters. The 9th house is also the house of beliefs, of our worldview, of our life philosophy, or of our belief system. And you are likely to potentially take a very kind of like philosophical stance over the next few months. I mean, over the next few weeks, I was about to say, over the next month, basically, Aries. You may also really enjoy all matters connected with foreign lands and foreign countries for the next month from the 21st of November, because the sun rules your 5th house of enjoyment. So you might even like travel for fun and things like that. The one thing that I want to flag is that Mercury retrograde is going to be back 26th of November all the way until the middle of December, all the way until the 15th. If you're traveling, okay, so especially, you could travel to places that you've traveled to before. That's very possible. 26th of November until the middle of December. That's a good way to make use of the Mercury retrograde. Now, Mercury retrograde can obviously delay and throw spanners in the works. I think that's the expression. Mercury can basically delay matters connected with communication, transportation, commerce, education, like travel also falls under Mercury. So if you had any pre-existing plans when it comes to any of these matters, and if they involved any sort of connection with foreign lands and foreign countries, I would basically prepare myself to maybe have to like go over things like over and over again, like, I don't know, like resend, I don't know, like, packages abroad, or maybe chase any sort of like deliveries that need to get to your doorstep from, I don't know, if they have to be delivered from a different country, I maybe would wait for the Mercury retrograde to be over, middle of December. So basically, let's say you want to, I don't know, like order stuff from a different country because, hey, the holiday season is around the corner. I would maybe go ahead and do that before the 26th of November, if possible, just as an FYI. And if you do it after the 26th, be prepared to chase. You may also have to kind of like be very careful and make sure that things are really clear in communication with people from foreign lands and foreign countries, or people from different cultures, especially in the workspace, because Mercury also rules your 6th house of day-to-day work. Interactions might not be as straightforward as you expect them to be. Double check that you've sent the emails, double check that you have, I don't know, made yourselves clear, Aries, that kind of stuff. 27th of November, the sun trines Mars, a really good, fun day, like genuinely a fun day, a day when you seem to be very kind of like energized about engaging activities that maybe you do out into the world. Maybe they involve traveling, maybe they involve a sense of adventure, maybe they involve, I don't know, like a cultural, I don't know, aspect to them. Maybe they involve potentially some sort of creative element. So I do believe this can be also not just a fun day, but a very, very inspired day. yeah, I do believe it's probably the 27th of November. I'm just gonna say it. It's probably one of the best days of the month, Aries. So enjoy, have fun, and do the things that have a lot of meaning for you, I'd say. Taurus. Taurus suns and Taurus risings. November of 2024. It's a lot. There is a lot going on in this in the sky. I'm just gonna go out there and say it. Some of it quite disruptive. I do want to give you a little bit of a heads up. Some of it may be quite enjoyable, but let's start off with the very beginning. Let's start off with the 1st of November. We're going to have a new moon in your 7th house of connections, of partnerships, of relationships, of collaborations. I'm not just referring to romantic relationships. I always say this. No, it's not just romantic relationships. I'm actually referring to relationships of all kinds. So there is a chance that a relationship might go through a reset, a restart, a fresh start. New connections and new relationships can also kick off at this new moon, 1st of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after. A new collaboration that is geared towards the future, towards helping you achieve your long-term goals and plans for the future is very, very possible because the new moon is forming a nice aspect to Saturn. A new professional collaboration is very possible. That doesn't just mean, oh, you're gonna get a new accountant, although that is possible. It could mean, I don't know, you're starting to work with a business coach, or you are signing up for a long-term professional collaboration. So all of that is very possible. A fresh start potentially also for your partner if you are in a relationship. Maybe they are signing up for something that is going to require time and energy and commitment, something that can help them like reinvent themselves, something that can help them transform their lives. It could be connected with their career, it could be connected with something else. A new beginning when it comes to the relationship that you have with a friend is also very possible. You might have like a really important, like a really significant conversation around this time, and it could feel like you are starting things off with a clean slate. Mars, the ruler of the new moon, is in opposition to Pluto. I do believe that challenging conversations, intense, profound, transformative, potentially even a little bit aggressive conversations are very, 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 very likely at this point in time. Now, I'm definitely not liking this aspect. Mars in opposition to Pluto, which is going to be active, I'm just going to say it, all the way until the 4th of November. It's exact, so it's very, very, very strong on the 3rd of November, but you're probably going to feel it from the 1st until the 4th of November, Taurians. Mars in opposition to Pluto, I don't like it. It's my least favorite event of the month because it can bring accidents, incidents, destruction, aggression, in conversation with others, in communication with others, but also possibly on the road. So I would be very, very, very careful how you drive. There is a chance of incidents on the road. I would not put myself in dangerous situations on the road. I would not speed. I would not rush anywhere. If you have to like be in a car throughout this period, which I imagine a lot of people have to be in a car throughout this period, take it slow, take it easy. Don't overdo it. Don't push it. If someone annoys you in traffic, do not throw swear words in their direction because it can get very ugly. Pluto is this intense, obsessive, powerful energy, and when it comes in connection with Mars, it can literally lead to these insane fights. I'm just gonna say it, and it can be genuinely a dangerous aspect. So we don't want to like dwell on it too much, but again, you have been made aware of this. Be very careful what you say. That's my recommendation, because it can make or break a relationship. And if you want to break a relationship, then it can be broken with words. I'm just going to put it out there. You may have intense fights with neighbors, siblings, cousins, colleagues. If someone comes at you, maybe, I don't know, one of these people, if they come at you with accusations or like really negative feedback, let's say, I would slow down. I would maybe see how they're hurting. I would maybe try to kind of like engage some compassion when it comes to whatever it is that they're going through, because it does feel like they could be going through quite a bit, if you ask me. I like that Mars is in a nice aspect to Mercury. It's in a nice aspect to Neptune. So I feel like acceptance, forgiveness, can be the way forward in a relationship and in conversation with others. It also feels like if you're losing anything, there's a sense of being at peace with it. And there's a sense of you getting a lot of support, maybe from friends, from your partner, from a lot of people around you, I'd say. 2nd of November, Mercury goes into Sagittarius, my dear Taurians. Throughout the rest of the month, you're going to be thinking a lot about financial matters, but especially any financial matters that involve other people, that involve like another entity. So for example, you could be thinking a lot about debts, for instance. You might have to like start paying off debts, or you could be having some significant conversations about expenses with your partner, for instance, throughout the rest of the month. 3rd of November, Venus opposes Jupiter. There is a possibility of overspending. There is a possibility of overdoing things financially. There is a possibility of also not being exactly on the same page when it comes to a financial matter. You might not be on the same page with your partner, or with a financial, I don't know, like collaborator of some sorts, with a business partner. It could feel like others are demanding too much of you from a financial perspective. So yeah, there's this kind of like energy of a little bit of like excess, essentially, when it comes to money and expenses. As I said, 3rd of November, Mars also opposes Pluto. So careful, slow down, both in conversation as well as on the road. 4th of November, Mars goes into Leo in your 4th house of home, family life, and living situation. A lot of energy going towards home life, family life, a lot of things to do at home, I believe. This is a very, very good transit when it comes to renovating things, when it comes to moving, when it comes to kind of like taking action at home within the confines of your private space. Mars is also the ruler of your house of relationships, so your partner for the rest of the month. I mean, actually until the end of the year, because Mars is going to be in your 4th house for the rest of the year. Your partner could be very active at home. They might be in a rush to get things done. They might want to do a lot. The challenge with this transit is that you could get into fights with the partner over home and family related matters, over property matters, but also you could get into fights with family members in general. There is a chance of kind of like triggering each other. I mean, the answer to a lot of Mars generally is either Saturnian energy or Venusian energy. So either you kind of like hold it in and act a little bit more cautiously and with prudence rather than getting like super like temperamental, or Venus is all about meeting people halfway. Compromise, finding the middle ground. So I would employ a little bit of that over the next few months, Taurus, at home. The Sun on the 4th of November trines Saturn, so a relationship is probably becoming stronger in some shape or form, and you're feeling really, really supported by a partner, by a friend, and maybe even by a family member, especially emotionally supported. You could also be offering emotional support to one of these people. 9th of November, active day before, day after, Venus squares Neptune. Potentially a little bit of like disappointment, disillusionment with a friend, maybe also disappointment and disillusionment with some sort of a goal for the future. Maybe you had like an ideal kind of like vision of what this was supposed to look like, of what achievement was supposed to look like in this regards. And when you kind of like reach the finish line, you're like, meh, I don't know. I don't know if this is what I wanted. I don't know if this is exactly everything I hoped it would be. Potentially it isn't, but it's okay. Sometimes these things happen. I would also be careful not to, I don't know, like fall prey to anything that seems too good to be true when it comes to the area of investments. Just saying, Neptune can be glamour and illusion. Obviously you are completely responsible for what you do with your money and finances, but if something seems too good to be true, I mean, you know the drill, it probably is. 11th of November until the 7th of December, Venus transits Capricorn. I think you're going to really like this transit, Taurians, because especially for Taurus risings, Capricorn is the sign that covers in the whole sign house system your 9th house. So this transit can make all matters connected with traveling, academia, foreign lands, foreign countries, legal matters. It can make all of these topics, kind of like all of these sectors, let's say, go really smoothly, and it can bring joy and pleasure and a sense of kind of like sweetness coming from these kind of like areas of your life. Now, you might be thinking, Rux, like sweetness from the legal space. I'm like, yeah, I mean, if you have to deal with like a judge in any shape or form, they might be very understanding. Relationships with and connections and collaborations with people from foreign lands and foreign countries throughout this period are likely to go very well. These people are likely to be very supportive, and I will say it is actually a really good time to travel if you feel like it, if you want to. It's also a very, very good time to enjoy cultural activities. 11th of November until the 7th of December. 12th of November, Mercury squares Saturn. I mean, something is moving at a snail's pace. Some sort of like important conversation is moving at a snail's pace, and you might feel like you're trying to say something and you are kind of like getting blocked by someone, or maybe they are misunderstanding your words, or maybe they're taking a long time to process whatever it is that you're trying to say, or maybe they're just like really slow in giving you an answer, especially if you are talking to someone who is, I don't know, in a position of authority in your life, such as a boss, a manager, or if you're talking to the bank, for instance, they might take a long time to get back to you. You might also have to do some sort of tedious, boring mental work when it comes to financial matters, when it comes to taxes, for instance, doing a tax return or something along those lines. 15th of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after, you've got a full moon in Taurus, my dear Taurians, my lovely Taurians. Of course, the spotlight is going to be placed on you at the time of this full moon. It can bring a new beginning. Why a new beginning? You might say, oh, it's a full moon, it's a point of culmination. It is a point of culmination, indeed. It is a point of like somehow seeing results, somehow seeing outcomes in your life, my dear Taurians, seeing things clearly and reaching some sort of a peak in your lives. But at the same time, it can also bring a fresh start, because the full moon is going to be conjunct, the moon is going to be conjunct Uranus. So it feels like you are breaking free from something in your life. You're breaking away. You are cutting yourselves loose. You might feel free. You might feel liberated somehow, Taurians, on a personal level. It could be that you're feeling liberated from some sort of a burden. It could feel like you're liberating yourselves, Taurians, from an old identity. It could feel like, okay, this is it. It's very clear to me what I need to leave behind in terms of my old view of myself, in terms of my old approach to relationships, partnerships, connections, also potentially in terms of the way in which I saw my future evolving. I feel like you are reaching some sort of a personal goal in some shape or form. You're probably also having aha moments, very, very significant aha moments about yourselves, about life, about your future, about the meaning of life, about who you are, who you can be, who you no longer want to be. And you are probably going to communicate that to people in your life, to friends potentially, maybe to mentors. It could be that a mentor is playing a very important role in this direction. Speaking of communicating this to others, you might also have something else that you want to communicate. For instance, if you have decided to, I don't know, enroll upon some sort of a course or class, or go do your master's or your PhD, you might share that with the world around this time. One thing that I want to flag is, so overall it feels like a liberating full moon. I like it. I really, really, really like it. It feels like you're finally free to break free from whatever is no longer working for you, Taurians. At the same time, Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, they are in a tense aspect all together at the time of this full moon. I am thinking if this culminating point in your life, Taurians, that involves you breaking free from the past, If it involves a financial commitment, if it involves expenses, the expenses could be higher than you anticipated. If you need to talk money with someone, make sure that you talk specifics, because there is a very high chance of like, I don't know, like fuzzy, inconclusive, ambiguous conversations around money. So that's my only thing. 17th of November, the sun opposes Uranus. I mean, it feels really clear, Taurians, who it is that you need to potentially distance yourselves from so that you can evolve in the direction that you want to evolve in at this point in time. It could also feel like someone's really, really intense. Someone that you're dealing with is really intense around the 17th of November, and you're probably not having any of it. On the contrary, you're like, no, I'm just doing my own thing. Let me be. You can't control me. You can't ask things of me. I don't want to get sucked into the drama. Just putting it out there. 19th of November, Pluto goes back into Aquarius in your 10th house of career, public status, public reputation. So for the next 2 decades, your professional path, your career path, and also your vocational path is likely to go through a drastic rebirth of some sorts. 21st of November for the next month, Sagittarius season begins, and it activates your 8th house, which, by the way, is also going to be activated by Mercury retrograde. You guessed it. So the sun's going to put the spotlight on money, finances, investments, and money and assets that you share with someone else. For example, like a shared bank account or a mortgage, for instance. That's probably going to be a hot topic over the next month. And with Mercury going retrograde in this part of your chart, from the 26th of November until the middle of December, until the 15th of December, it feels like you're going to have conversations with your partner, your accountant, the bank, maybe, about money, about who pays for what. Potentially, it feels like you might have to deal with old issues connected with debts, loans, taxes, investments, inheritances, possibly. Remember that Mercury retrograde brings in the trickster energy. So if you need to sign any documents, if you need to, I don't know, like buy something, sell something, if you need to sign up for a loan, if you need to pay off a loan, remember to triple check and to read very carefully whatever it is that you're signing up for. There is a chance that there might be typos, that documents might need to be like, I don't know, like redone. And Mercury for you Taurians also rules your 5th house. If you have kids, there is a possibility that you might have to discuss with them, that you might have to kind of like address some old issues that have brought a sense of, I don't know, like anguish in their life, or like fear, or that have caused some sort of turmoil in their lives in the past. You might also discover that they've been hiding some things from you. That's possible. So just saying. 27th of November is overall a very good day. The sun trines Mars. It feels like you're getting the job done at home, whatever the job is. It feels like you're making a lot of progress on a family matter, on a potentially property matter, and it could be very kind of like fulfilling to see this moving forward, especially since you've been feeling potentially very kind of like pressed by other people to get this thing done, or to kind of like reach some sort of a result in this space, and now you're finally seeing results. That is Taurus. My dear Geminis, Gemini suns and Gemini risings. November 2024. What does it have in store for you, Geminis? Well, let's start off with the very beginning. On the 1st of November, we have a new moon happening in your 6th house of health and day-to-day work. 1st of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after, you might kick off one of the following. A new health routine, very possibly. A new project at work. Some of you could start a new job altogether, I'd say. But there is this energy of a fresh start in some shape or form. If you are starting a new job, it does feel like it's going to help you achieve your long-term goals career-wise, because the new moon is in a nice aspect to Saturn. If you're starting to work, maybe, I don't know, with a new team or in a new environment, it does feel like it's kind of like helping you climb up the ladder. You're doing pretty well, I'm gonna say, with the maybe added responsibility that could come in with extra work. However, there is a bit of a challenging element here as well at the time of this new moon. It's something that you may feel pretty much from the 1st of November until the 4th, to be fair. Mars is going to be opposing Pluto. The aspect is exact on the 3rd of November, but I repeat, you could start to feel it as early as the new moon on the 1st. Mars in opposition to Pluto can bring intense, transformative, destructive fights, conflicts, arguments, really intense opposition, I'd say. It can really cause things to escalate in the workspace, potentially, maybe when it comes to the connection that you have with a colleague, a coworker, a client, possibly. There is a possibility that this Mars-Pluto aspect could also bring to the surface things that you were not aware of in the health space. So potentially, I don't know, habits or issues that are quite aggressive, potentially, to your body. So, I don't know, let's say you've been doing the same type of workout forever, and you realize, wow, this is actually not helping my joints, for instance. So let's say you've been running forever, and you realize that it's been putting a lot of strain, a lot of pressure, it's been causing a lot of stress when it comes to the health of your joints. So all of a sudden you might completely transform your health routine as a result of what comes to the surface at this time. My recommendation would be to not overdo things health-wise or in terms of anything that you're getting done to the body around the time of this new moon. There is a possibility, and I really want to stress this out, astrology doesn't predict concrete manifestation, but there is a possibility that some people might be going surgery at this point in time, in the first week of November, or there could be things coming to the surface that indicate the need to radically transform the way you approach a health-related matter. So even if it doesn't get to surgery, like think of a complete drastic change of lifestyle. That's what I'm looking at in the workspace in the first week of November, but especially pretty much from the 1st until the 4th of November. Geminis, there is a chance that, for example, there could be redundancies in the workspace, possibly that your entire team at work could go through a massive shift, and things that have been done poorly in the workspace by maybe colleagues, by the people that you've been working with, could come to the surface. They could cause a little bit of a crisis on your end. They could really get you angry, but I'm just going to go out there and say it. This could be your opportunity to prove yourselves, Geminis. Careful when it comes to going into any sort of like conflicts, any sort of like opposition in the workspace, because there is a chance that whoever it is that you're opposing, let's say, has possibly more power than you thought they had, or more influence, or they could, I don't know, even do like really like stealthy kind of like destructive things, such as, just giving an example, let's say going to your boss and like saying things about you that are untrue. So I believe that this person who you might get into a conflict with is not going to shy away from playing dirty. That is a possibility. Just putting it out there. Generally, the 4th of November, I mean, from the 1st until the 4th of November, I would recommend being really careful with what it is that you spend your money on. You could also uncover potentially some things that have gone wrong in your financial sector. You might uncover, I don't know, like someone like a scammer, kind of like stealing money from your bank account or something along those lines. There's also a possibility that you may uncover some sort of betrayal. Again, from the 1st until the 4th of November, you might uncover a betrayal from a friend. And I do believe you may cut ties with them as a result. You might be so angry that you're like, nope, this is it, I'm done, thank you, and goodbye. Also, 2nd of November, Mercury goes into Sagittarius in your 7th house. Essentially, for the rest of the month, you're probably going to be very, very invested, Geminis, in your relationship sector, in your partnership sector, in forming partnerships and forming connections and forming collaborations, potentially also in the workspace. There is a lot of focus, and you could be thinking a great deal about other people, about your significant other, about business collaborators, about your family, about parents, and so on. Mercury is also going to go retrograde in this part of your chart from the 26th of November until the middle of December, until the 15th of December, Geminis. Now, you know how Mercury retrograde can really tap into that like trickster energy of Mercury. Pretty much from the 26th of November until the middle of December, you may want to be on the lookout. You may want to be prepared for misunderstandings and miscommunications and challenges in terms of like sending your message across. When you interact with others, you might say one thing, the other person might say, oh, like, why are you telling me these things? And you might try to clarify. So clarifying what it is that you mean is genuinely a really, really, really good tactic during the Mercury retrograde. Conversations and communication with family members, with parents in particular, may kind of like go through ups and downs and highs and lows. There's also a possibility that you might have to go back to an old issue, an old matter, an old conversation, let's say, connected with your home life and family life and living situation. So during the retrograde, let me put it this way. Let's say your partner has been doing something around the house that was really annoying you. It doesn't have to be your partner. It could be your roommate. They've been doing something around the house that really annoys you. They've been, I don't know, leaving their socks all over the place. And they start doing it again during the retrograde after you've told them not to. And you may have to have the conversation once again. If you ask me. Now, one way in which you can take advantage of the Mercury retrograde is reaching out to people from the past. If you've been meaning to, I don't know, like call your childhood friend and check in on them and ask them, like, what have you been up to? Like, how is life? That is actually a very good idea during the retrograde. I would be careful what it is that you commit to during the retrograde. If you're signing contracts, you might need to revise them and, I don't know, like tweak them, update them in some shape or form after the retrograde is over. It's a good time to like reevaluate relationships, to reevaluate matters that are really significant in your interactions with others. Also important matters connected with your home life, your family life, and your living situation. But if possible, I would not necessarily commit to anything definitive during the retrograde. I mean, if you have to, you have to, but I repeat, I would, I would wait until the retrograde is over, but of course you have free will, Geminis. You can do it exactly as you please. Now, let's go back to the beginning of the month as you do. I do believe that the retrograde, the Mercury retrograde is very important for you Geminis and also for Virgos because Mercury for Gemini risings and for Virgo risings is your chart ruler. So generally you are likely to feel Mercury retrogrades maybe a lot more than other people because it's the planet that rules you. It's kind of like your guiding kind of like force throughout life. I was about to say daemon, but let's not get into that topic because it's it's an interesting one and we don't have the time. We're here to talk about November 2024. Let's go back to the beginning of the month. 3rd of November, Venus opposes Jupiter. Careful not to overdo things, not to overpromise things in your interactions with others. Careful not to overpromise and underdeliver maybe in the workspace. It could feel like someone has like really high expectations of you and you might try to please them, or you might have really high expectations of someone else and they might kind of like do their best to please you, but it's really like unlikely that they're going to be able to like rise up to the occasion with Venus in opposition to Jupiter. 4th of November, throughout the rest of the month and actually throughout the rest of the year, I know, November and December, Mars enters Leo in your 3rd house. So Mars likes to, it likes to be in Leo more than it likes to be in Cancer. Just putting it out there. Mars is the ruler of your 11th house of friends and of your 6th house of day-to-day work. So for the rest of the month, from the 4th of November, you're probably going to like be very driven and active and motivated and put a lot of energy into reaching out to people in the workspace, into maybe taking the lead when it comes to projects that involve writing, speaking, communication in the workspace. You might be very motivated to network. You might also be very motivated to write things down and to present them publicly in the workspace. Maybe even present them to a wider audience. It does feel like you could also take the lead throughout the rest of the month when it comes to organizing things at work, but also potentially bringing people together, maybe in a community, in a group type of setup. You may feel excited and driven to reach out to friends and to like call them and to like get together. Essentially, it looks like you're taking the lead in communication matters, and you've got a lot of energy also to put not just into communication related matters, but also into anything that involves the intellect. So if you need to write your thesis, for example, take advantage of this transit until Mars goes retrograde in December, 2nd week of December. 4th of November, the Sun also trines Saturn. I like this. It feels like things are kind of like settling, stabilizing in the workspace after potentially a very transformative beginning of the month. I mean, we did talk about the new moon in Scorpio. 9th of November, Venus squares Neptune, confusion, lack of clarity when it comes to interactions with someone in the workspace, a relationship, a connection, a collaboration, a partnership in the workspace could potentially not rise up to, I don't know, your ideals. There is a possibility that people are being quite unclear about what's important to them, about what's valuable to them, about what matters the most to them in the workspace. It also feels like possibly, you might need to disappoint a partner, maybe a romantic partner, because you have to work, maybe because you're required in the workspace, maybe because you have to, I don't know, like travel for work and they want to spend time with you and you're like, no, I can't do it because I've got to travel. So that is a possibility as well. 11th of November until the 7th of December, Venus transits Capricorn in your 8th house. Now, this is generally a really good time when it comes to investments and anything that has to do with shared assets, shared resources, and other people's money. Now, of course, this is not financial advice. You are completely responsible for what you do with your money, including on the investments front. But essentially from the 11th of November until the 7th of December, you may want to consider both cashing in, so taking your wins, as well as be open to any sort of like opportunities to invest. I'd say you are likely to receive gifts, you are likely to receive support from others if you need it financially. You may also feel quite inclined to share what you have with other people and to potentially help them if they're going through anything, to literally maybe like help them from the goodness of your heart, maybe to like, for lack of a better word, save them with the help of money. And sometimes money does save the day. We have to give it to money. The entity, the character. 12th of November, Mercury squares Saturn. Communication in the workspace is quite tedious, dull. It doesn't seem to be getting anywhere. Maybe you're trying to convince someone in the workspace and they're just not having it, or they're just not interested or not present, or something along those lines. Not present, maybe like emotionally speaking. 15th of November, full moon in Taurus. This activates your 12th house, 6th house axis. You could be wrapping up a job. You could be reaching some sort of culminating point when it comes to your health. You could be free and you could be feeling free and liberated when it comes to a matter that's been weighing heavily upon you from a health perspective, not just physical health, but I'm also thinking about your mental health, about your emotional health. So you could be releasing and letting go of something that's been eating at you, that's been messing with your mental health. It is a time to also relax, to slow down. You're wrapping something quite difficult. You're wrapping it up. It does feel like the crisis has been averted. It does feel like there's a sense of kind of like exciting, but also potentially a little bit surprising liberation from something that's been causing chaos in your life. The full moon is ruled by Venus in the 8th house, sextiling Saturn. I feel like this could also be the time when you are overcoming a crisis in the workspace, in the professional space, in the career space. Transformation in the workspace is also probably done and dusted and over. If you're leaving behind the job, it is because you probably have something better lined up. Some people could be leaving behind a job. That is a possibility. One thing that I would recommend, whatever it is that you are agreeing to, if you are agreeing to anything, maybe if you are, I don't know, taking time off, if you are leaving behind the job, if you are agreeing to, I don't know, like change departments, I would really very, very kind of like carefully define the specifics of the agreement. Conversations are not the most, I don't know, they're not the clearest around this time. The facts, the data, the stats, they're quite inconclusive, quite ambiguous, let's say. 19th of November, Pluto re-enters Aquarius. It was in Aquarius from January until September of this year. So over the next 2 decades, your belief system is probably going to go through a complete rebirth. Your worldview is probably going to go through a complete rebirth. How you find meaning in life. The way that you found meaning so far is probably going to seem obsolete moving forward. Just putting it out there. 21st of November, the sun goes into Sagittarius for the next month. The 7th house of partnerships, connections, collaborations, and relationships is going to be highlighted. But also, the 7th house is the house of the other. So it may feel like the focus is placed on other people. It may feel like what's going on in other people's lives is becoming like really central to your life as well. And to an extent, it could feel like you're the one just kind of like having to react to what's going on in the life of others. I'm gonna go out there and say it. Also from the 21st of November for the next month, you may experience some significant opposition in conversations, in communication. You might become very, very aware of who's against you, who is your adversary, who is your opponent, who are you dealing with. And last but not least, 27th of November, Sun trines Mars. Very, very productive conversation, like really energizing connection and conversation with someone that is very inspiring. It could be someone that you work with. You might agree to work with someone on this day and things seem to be moving really quickly, really fast. You may help them and they're probably going to be very impressed with the speed at which you manage to like solve the problem for them. If you need anyone to help you solve a problem, I believe that they're going to be able to do that on the 27th of November, and that is Gemini. My lovely Cancerians, Cancer suns and Cancer risings. 1st of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after. The month starts with a new moon. I mean, it's beautiful. It's a new moon, new beginning on the 1st of November. It's an interesting new moon. I mean, overall, I like it because the new moon is happening in the 5th house. A fresh start, a new beginning when it comes to creative endeavors, when it comes to your passions, your hobbies. You could be committing to a new passion project. You could kick off a new creative project. You could start off a new chapter when it comes to what makes you feel kind of like excited about life, what makes you feel fulfilled, what makes you feel like you can express yourselves, Cancerians. I feel like you're going to be sucked into this new creative endeavor or into this new kind of like passion project or hobby. It could also bring a new beginning, this new moon, when it comes to children. Potentially for some Cancerians, Cancer risings, there could be news of pregnancy or there could be kind of like new developments when it comes to that aspect of their lives. If you've got kids already, children could be entering a completely new chapter of their lives. I mean, if they're teenagers, they might fall in love, for example, and it could feel like really intense or really transformative. it's probably going to be quite an emotional new moon. I am gonna say it, because it may feel like an old chapter of your child's life is coming to an end altogether, and their old identity is gone somehow, and now you're almost like dealing with a completely different person. The new moon is in a nice aspect to Saturn, so I feel like your kid's going to be committing to something like really significant, really important, that's going to require effort and time and patience, possibly on the educational front. Some of them could be receiving good news connected with their education. Maybe, I don't know, like they're being accepted to university or something along those lines. If you're starting work on a new creative project, this could involve some sort of a foreign partnership, maybe a collaboration with someone who is based abroad, or it could involve a strong alignment with a set of beliefs that gives you a sense of security and stability, my dear Cancerians. Now, what I don't like about the first 4 days of the month, including at the time of the new moon, Mars opposes Pluto. So, Mars-Pluto aspects, not really nice. Not nice at all. The aspect is the most intense on the 3rd of November, but I repeat, you might feel it all the way from the 1st until the 4th of November. Mars in opposition to Pluto can bring intense, profound, transformative, even destructive conflicts. Destruction is, and attack is a very, very, very martial topic. Destroying something to the point where it cannot be rebuilt. I'm almost thinking of like burning bridges is very likely at the time of this new moon, and with the Mars in opposition to Pluto aspect, you could be destroying a relationship. I'm just gonna say it. You might do it on purpose. You might feel like so angry. You might feel like you've had enough of maybe someone trying to like control you, someone trying to like influence you, someone trying to like take your power away from you. So this does seem to be about like power generally. It feels like someone has been opposing you for quite some time, or something has been opposing you for quite some time. It had a lot of power over you. It might have kept you kind of like restricted in some shape or form, and all of a sudden you were kind of like very assertively and very maybe even like aggressively breaking away from this. It could be an individual, it could be an entity, it could be, I don't know, like an institution. It feels like you are fighting some really like powerful opponent, and I believe that you're probably gonna win, Cancerians. At the same time, there is a possibility, I'm just gonna say it, and you have to remember that astrology doesn't predict concrete manifestation. If you've been having challenges in your romantic life, if you've been having challenges in your partnership sector, romantically speaking, this new moon and also this aspect, which is active in the first 4 days of November, can bring a massive breakup, can bring a death and a rebirth in the sphere of relationships. At the same time, it could feel like an existing relationship is dead and gone, metaphorically speaking, and you're entering a new stage, a new chapter altogether. I don't know, maybe because a child is coming in, and of course the relationship is no longer going to look the same. There is a possibility you may find out in the first 4 days of November, but especially around the 3rd, that someone's been hiding something from you, and it's probably going to get you really irritated and frustrated, and it might make you feel very betrayed. You might lash out, you might blow up in their faces. I'm almost envisaging like a volcano that's been like boiling, bubbling underneath the surface, and wham. Careful not to become physically, I mean, I know that I'm talking to Cancerians, but my recommendation is to like slow down and to make sure that you don't get physical around this time. That's my recommendation. Also, another recommendation generally with Mars in aspect to Pluto is stay safe. What I'm saying is stay out of dangerous situations. Stay out of dark alleys, stay out of potentially like dangerous, risky, I don't know, like setups. And if you have to like fight to defend yourselves, self-defense, I'm thinking, I do believe you are going to be able to do that, but I would not consciously, if I were in your shoes, put myself in harm's way, obviously, of course. 2nd of November, Mercury goes into Sagittarius in your 6th house of day-to-day work. So a lot of talk, a lot of like thinking of like your health, of a lot of talk around like health related habits, a lot of thinking and talking about work for the rest of the month. Mercury is also going to go retrograde in this part of your chart from the 26th of November until the middle of December. So things are potentially going to slow down at work. Maybe when it comes to like projects advancing, I would also be careful with like miscommunication, things getting lost in translation in the workspace, maybe having to like go over old projects. Mercury retrograde is a good time. This period is a good time to reach out to old clients. You could hear back from old clients, but at the same time, meetings might get canceled or delayed or postponed, or people might not get to your meetings on time. There could be issues with, I don't know, like technology in the workspace, and as a result, there could be this feeling of like having to go back and forth over the things that you've that you've done, that you've potentially thought maybe you had completed in the workspace. Issues with cars, transportation in general are very, very possible. It's a good time to fix a car from the 26th of November until the middle of December. Not necessarily a good time to buy a car or to buy or sell anything, because if you do buy or sell anything, things could be reversed somehow. Let's say you buy something and you realize, okay, this part is broken. Let's say you decide to buy a new car and you have to like send it back because it's malfunctioning. So Mercury retrograde is back, in case you were wondering, when is it going to happen again? Well, ta-dam! November until the middle of December. Also, if you want to order anything, Mercury rules your 3rd house of transportation, commerce. I would recommend potentially buying, ordering, and maybe even selling things before the 26th of November or after the 15th of December, because, I don't know, like parcels might get misplaced, for instance. 4th of November, Mars goes into Leo in your 2nd house. It's going to stay there until the end of the year. I think you're going to be quite happy, Cancerians, to have Mars out of your sign. Mars doesn't like to be in Cancer. It might have caused quite a bit of like friction and tension and conflict and irritation since September. But with Mars going into your 2nd house of income for the rest of the year, you are probably going to be in a rush to spend your money. What are you going to spend your money on? Fun stuff, parties, entertainment, children if you have kids, romantic dates. You might also spend money on the things that you think are going to make you look good in public, and the things that will enhance your reputation. Mars can also make you really driven and motivated. We have to remember that Mars is the go-getter, right? When it comes to going after that cash. So if you've been thinking, you know what, I'm going to put my prices up, or I'm going to ask for a raise, or I'm going to look for a better paying job, this is it. Mars is coming in. Mars is also the ruler of your career, and it's gonna light up that like fire of motivation to say go, 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 go. If you are looking for a better paid job, or if you're thinking of, I don't know, making any sort of like changes or adjustments to how you spend your money, or if you are thinking I'm gonna ask for that raise, I would recommend doing it before Mars goes retrograde, which is going to be, let me just double check my Cancerian brothers and sisters. I'm a Cancer rising myself. I would recommend doing it before the 6th of December. That's just the way that I would go about it. I like the 4th of November because the Sun trines Saturn, so things seem to be kind of like stabilizing a little bit in your romantic life, and if you have kids, in the life of your children, things start to become a little bit more predictable. 9th of November, Venus squares Neptune. Challenges in a work relationship are very, very possible. Maybe there's a sense of not being exactly on the same wavelength because of like cultural differences. You may need to potentially change any sort of like travel plans that you had because of work possibly, or if you were thinking of like traveling for work purposes, you might be a little bit disappointed, a tad disappointed. So yeah, just be aware of that. 11th of November until the 7th of December. You're gonna like this transit, Cancerians. You got this. You deserve it. Venus enters Capricorn in your 7th house of relationships. Now, generally, this is a very good time when it comes to romantic relationships. It's a great time to do romantic things, to go on dates, to find a romantic partner, to receive things, to be kind of like in a receptive mode in your relationship sector. Generally, it's also a very, very good transit when it comes to other people being really nice to you, really accommodating. You are likely to make other people feel very valuable and very appreciated throughout this period. If you've been thinking about, I don't know, doing something nice for your partner, I'm thinking of a romantic partner, you could also do it throughout this period. It's probably going to be very, very well received. If you are looking for business partnerships or for someone to help you with business matters, this is also a very, very good time. Relationships with friends are likely to see some sort of an improvement as well, and also with family members. So really nice transit, really nice transit. 12th of November, Mercury squares Saturn, delays at work, delays in terms of like traveling, challenges in traveling and communication are quite likely. Things might take longer than expected. 15th of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Taurus, activating your 11th house, 5th house axis. Venus is in your 7th house, sextiling Saturn. Okay, so this is a really nice full moon. I think you're gonna really, really, really like it. You're gonna have things to celebrate. It does feel like it's a full moon putting the spotlight on some sort of like group celebration. You could be celebrating, I don't know, the success of a friend. You could be celebrating the success of your partner. You could be celebrating something together with your partner in a group setup. Maybe you're inviting friends over. It's a great time to party. It feels like there's a sense of spontaneity as well in this like group celebration of like things happening unexpectedly, unpredictably. Maybe all of a sudden you hear news that, I don't know, a friend is coming over and you haven't seen them in a long time, and it feels good to get back together, and there's this like really like exciting but also fun energy in the air. Fabulous time for any activities involving groups of people, larger audiences. So if you need to present something within a group setup, if you want to get together with I don't know, like your community and organize something for them, it feels like it's gonna go better than you thought it would. Unexpected opportunities from a community, from a friend, or from an organization might make their way to you. So be on the lookout. Be on the lookout. Pleasant surprises, I'd say. And maybe also surprise reveals from a friend or from an organization that somehow puts you in a good place, in a good position, in a good light. 19th of November, Pluto re-enters Aquarius in your 8th house. It's here to stay for decades, literally for 20 years. So you're probably going to go through a process of rebirth, of drastic transformation when it comes to maybe the way that you approach shared assets, shared resources, other people's money, mortgages, loans, investments. I mean, we have to also think about the following. Pluto is associated with riches, just like Jupiter, right? Pluto, Lord of the Underground. So if you've been slowly but surely, I don't know, like building your investment pot, or if you've been working on something in that direction, there is a possibility that you might kind of like see some big wins. But again, we have to remember that Pluto is a transpersonal planet. So I would keep an eye on what's happening at a collective level, because that's probably going to impact your investment sector. It can also impact inheritances. It can also impact debts. So I'm thinking of like mortgages and things like that. It can also impact your partner's finances if you are in a relationship. 21st of November, the sun goes into Sagittarius. For the next month, the spotlight is going to be on your work. You're going to be very busy. And as I said, Mercury also goes retrograde on the 26th. So you might be busy with old projects. 27th of November, Sun trines Mars in your house of income and self-worth and self-esteem. It looks like whatever it is that you're busy with is going really well. It's moving really fast. You're making massive progress. You're working really well also with other people. It feels like you're like really in a good position as the leader, as the initiator, as the driver of whatever is going super well in the workspace. You're feeling appreciated for your leadership skills. It also feels like if you've been having some courageous, bold goals when it comes to your health, if you've been looking to make any changes or something like that, the results are literally speaking for themselves, Cancerians. You're like, wow, this is working like much faster than I thought it would work out. So things are looking pretty good, pretty good. My dear Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings. November of 2024. What does it have in store for you? Well, Leos, we're going to start off with the 1st of November. The new moon in Scorpio on the 1st, it's going to be active also 3 days before, 3 days after, is activating your house of home, family, life, and living situation. So can you expect a fresh start, a new beginning in your private life? Yes. Oh, give me 1 second. Absolutely, you can expect that. How can that play out? Potentially, some of you could be moving into a new home. Some of you could be selling a home. Some of you could be buying a new home. There could also be some sort of a fresh start, maybe in the life of a family member, of a partner, potentially, because they are a family member after all. It does feel like you may start building something new within the home space. Maybe this requires a lot of money. Maybe for this, you're, I don't know, like taking a loan, maybe taking a mortgage, maybe you're pooling resources with your partner if you do have a partner. Some of you could be tearing things down around the house. So I'm almost envisaging some sort of a destruction and rebuilding process. So maybe something does need to be taken down in order to be rebuilt, I'd say. It does feel like something is no longer functioning in the home space. It could be something really of a practical nature. So I don't know, some sort of like appliance, or I don't know, like the pipes might no longer be working. Something might need to be replaced altogether, and it might require a lot of money. It might require quite a hefty investment, but alas, it does feel like it's a job that needs to get done. At the same time, there's also a possibility that this new moon could bring a fresh start in your private life. Maybe because you are ending a job, or maybe because you're leaving behind a job, or maybe because something's happening in the workspace. And I don't know, you have to tell your family, you have to tell your partner, you have to decide, what are we going to do? Are we going to stay here in this, I don't know, let's say you've been working overseas and you've moved because of your work, and now you decide, I'm handing in my resignation. Shall we move back to our home country? Oh, I do apologize. There's a little bit of an issue with the camera. Okay, perfect. I do believe also that this new moon could bring to the surface some sort of an issue connected with a parent's health, or with the health of a family member in general. Now, I am looking at parents in particular. There is a possibility that a parent might require surgery, or might require some sort of a drastic change in terms of lifestyle, because they do probably want to kind of like maintain their health, or they do need to make these changes in order to be healthy moving forward. It feels like the relationship with a family member could also go through a reset in some shape or form. The way that it's working right now is probably no longer feasible. So you have to like make a call, make a decision, and address things from a different standpoint, I'd say. Mars, the ruler of the new moon, is going to make a harmonious aspect to Mercury. It's going to make a harmonious aspect to Neptune. So I feel like if you do need to make any changes in the home space and in your private life, but also in your relationship with like family members, if you talk it through, if you talk it out, if you allow for a great deal of empathy and compassion to come to the surface, I do believe things can work out really, really, really well. If you get annoyed and upset and frustrated with this person, if you're having a little bit of a hard time with with a relationship in your private life, then conflicts can escalate. I'm just gonna go out there and say it. What I dislike about the beginning of November, and you may feel this energy pretty much from the 1st until the 4th of November, but especially around the 3rd of November, Leos, Mars opposes Pluto. As I said, this aspect is exact on the 3rd, but you might feel it from the very, very beginning of the month. Mars rules your 4th house of home and family life and your 9th house of beliefs, belief systems, foreign lands, and foreign countries. A few things could happen here. So, you could have a very, very, very challenging interaction. I'm gonna say a big fight, an intense fight, a very transformative fight or conflict in the workspace. That's very possible. To the point where you might decide, you know what, I'm gonna leave this place. If you defend what you stand for, what you believe in the workspace, be prepared to walk away maybe from that environment if you kind of like push your views, or if you kind of like stand up for your views. Now, I'm not saying don't stand up for your views. I would never say that, but be prepared for things to reach the point of no return if you do that. If you don't feel like doing that, and if you're thinking, you know what, I want to keep my job, I want to keep on working with these people, even though I don't agree with them, then I would slow down, I would catch my breath, and I would not kind of like allow this conflict to escalate. Intense conflicts, destructive conflicts are very possible in the workspace. Really kind of like intense, powerful aggression could come to the surface. There is a possibility you might realize someone has been sabotaging your work behind your back, potentially. You may feel very betrayed, you may feel very angry, you may feel very irritated, you may feel like fighting them, basically. Do not underestimate the power and the influence that this person has. So if you do decide to fight, I would fight stealthily. I would maybe not oppose them directly and publicly. That's just the way that I would go about it. A rapid, drastic transformation in the workspace is very possible. So some people could, I don't know, come into work and realize that half their team has been let go, has been made redundant. All of a sudden, you might get into work in the first 4 days of November, and you might realize, wow, like some of our biggest clients have left. So there can be these sort of like rapid, really intense transformations that you're experiencing in the workspace. Do not overdo it. That's my recommendation. Once again, you have free will. You can take this or leave it. Leos, please, I would say don't overdo it with the working out. Don't overdo it with, I don't know, like pushing yourselves health-wise, because there is a chance of injury physically, if you ask me. There is also the possibility of experiencing some sort of like health-related issue connected with heat, connected with sharp tools. So if you do work in an environment where you use heat, where you use sharp tools, where you work with machinery, for instance, where you, I don't work with knives, let's say you're a chef, please be very, 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 very careful and don't rush in the first 4 days of November, because I repeat, there is a chance of accidents in the workspace. So now you know. 4th of November, Mars goes into Leo in your first house of the physical body, of identity, of life direction, and it's going to stay there pretty much for the rest of the year, my dear Leos. You are going to be very assertive, very active, filled with energy. You're in a mood to make things happen. You're going to go after what you want. You're going to be really like in people's faces. You might also be quite impatient, and potentially there is the possibility of being a little bit domineering for the next couple of months. But in a way, it's probably going to feel good. It's probably going to feel like, you know what, I'm energized. I know what I want. I'm going after what I want. I'm not letting anyone slow me down. You're probably going to be very driven and motivated also to have your way. and to put energy into matters connected with your home life, your family life. You might also defend family throughout this period. You might also defend your beliefs throughout this period, and you might put a lot of energy into educational matters or academic matters. Also, you may be very physically active. I repeat, Mars transiting the first house is actually really well used or channeled, utilized when you work out, when you do things with your physical body. So if you've been, I don't know, postponing the moment when you wanted to like rejoin the gym, ta-da, Mars is here. Giving you that extra push. You're gonna have a lot of like energy and adrenaline coursing through your veins throughout the next couple of months. Remember sometimes that it is good to slow down, that others are not, I don't know, here for you to kind of like direct them and like point them towards what it is that you want them to do, unless you're obviously in a leadership position, unless you're the boss. And if you are the boss, then you are going to move fast and get the job done and delegate like no one's business with Mars in your first house. I would be careful again not to, out of like an excessive enthusiasm, I would be careful not to hurt myself with Mars in the first house. I feel like I always give this example. Basically, I'm a Cancer rising and I have Mars transiting my first house now. But when this happened like a couple of years ago, literally on the first day of Mars entering my first house of the physical body, I bumped my head. I kid you not. Like in the house, I bumped my head. Like I was walking in the dark. Don't ask why. And I hit my forehead. I like quite a bit against a wall. So that is a very Mars in the first house thing. Avoid it by potentially not walking through your house in the dark, or by just kind of like being a little bit extra careful when it comes to using this like physical energy. 9th of November, active day before day after, Venus squares Neptune. I mean, I don't know, I feel like you could be longing for someone romantically, or you could feel like in the mood to do something romantic and the other person is like not in the mood for it, or they're feeling like, I don't know, down or vulnerable, or they're hurting. You may want to soothe someone's suffering. Potentially it could be if you have kids, it could be your child that is maybe a little bit disappointed in some shape or form and you're trying to make them feel better about themselves. I would also be careful when it comes to having fun around the 9th of November, day before and day after. You might end up overspending, I don't know, like going into your overdraft, maxing out your credit card. Neptune knows no limits, so careful to like limit yourselves if you don't want to end up in debt or something like that, financially speaking. 11th of November until the 7th of December, Venus transits your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. So this is actually really nice because you're probably going to really enjoy the work that you're doing. You're probably, throughout this period, you're probably also going to enjoy working with others, working with your colleagues, working with your clients. Things are like settling quite nicely and you are receiving help with anything that you need to get done in the workspace. Venus transiting your 6th house is also likely to contribute to any to healing any issues that you might have dealt with beginning of the month health-wise, if you have dealt with anything. I'm not saying that you have, but Venus comes in and it kind of like soothes things, I'd say. Communication in the workspace is also likely to go very well, if you ask me. 12th of November, Mercury squares Saturn. Difficult, challenging conversations possibly with someone, potentially with a partner, maybe with an accountant, maybe with a business partner. You might discuss about financial matters. You might also discuss about how the money is spent. You might discuss about how much money you are spending on kids with your significant other, or how much money is spent on, I don't know, like fun and entertainment for the business, for example. 15th of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after, you've got a full moon activating your 10th house, 4th house axis, my dear Leos. A culminating point career-wise, very likely for many of you. Some sort of success, achievement, very kind of like pleasantly surprising, I dare say. You could be offered some sort of a promotion, or you could be offered some sort of a prestigious job. There could also be a sense of like shocking, like, I repeat, like shocking is a good word. Shocking achievement in the professional space. Maybe because you didn't see this coming. Maybe because you, I don't know, you didn't have like really high hopes. It feels like out of nowhere, out of the blue, things kind of like take a turn for the better from a professional standpoint. It feels like you really shine in the public space, but also in the professional space. So some of you might not be working, but let's say you kind of like go out into the world, you connect with people around this time. It feels like the spotlight is placed on your reputation and you are receiving a boost to your reputation. Venus, the ruler of the full moon, is in your 6th house of day-to-day work. So again, I repeat, something is working out really nicely. Mostly in the workspace. Maybe there's a surprise win. Maybe you sign like a really important client. Maybe you get, as I said, like a surprisingly good offer. Maybe out of the blue, an opportunity comes your way. It's probably something very, very, very auspicious. If you are not involved in a, I don't know, in a professional environment in any shape or form, it could feel like the work that you are doing for your family, for your loved ones, for the people that matter in your life, it feels like it's kind of like getting some sort of like public recognition, I'd say, my dear Leos. And once again, your reputation gets a boost somehow if you are agreeing to anything from a professional standpoint. If you're signing a contract, if you're signing a big client, if you are accepting a position, please make sure to talk specifics when it comes to what is expected of you, because there is going to be a T-square between Jupiter and Gemini, Saturn and Pisces, and Mercury and Sagittarius in the sky. So communication may be quite inconclusive and ambiguous. There could be like big talks, but not exactly a clear, I don't know, like strategy around how things are going to be implemented. Not exactly like super clear expectations set from the very beginning. So yeah, just make sure you talk things through. 17th of November, I feel like you're becoming aware of how you might need to change things at home or in your private life as a result of your career and your professional path maybe advancing in an exciting direction. There could also be a sense of feeling like you're somehow, I don't know, like caught in the middle between like two family members, I'd say, who are completely not on the same page. They're kind of like at two opposite extreme ends. 19th of November, for the next 2 decades, Pluto re-enters Aquarius. So brace yourselves, Leos. For the next 2 decades, you're probably going to experience massive transformations when it comes to interactions with others, relationships, your partnership sector. 21st of November, the sun goes into Sagittarius. You're going to like this, Leos, because the sun is your chart ruler. Basically, for the next month, you're going to be really involved in fun activities, partying potentially, creative activities, and also really focused and involved with maybe matters connected with children, but also romantic matters. You might be very much in the mood for having fun with a romantic partner, or yeah, whatever arrangement you've got going on romantically. 26th of November, Mercury goes retrograde in your 5th house. So I like this and I don't like it. Because it's a Mercury retrograde, so first and foremost, you could potentially expect misunderstandings and miscommunication and having to clarify things in your interactions with romantic partners, but also with children and friends. Maybe also you might have to like redo creative projects or go back over creative projects and tweak and edit them and polish them and so on. I like it because you could also hear back from people from the past, maybe from an old friend, and you could go like, I don't know, like out with them and like really enjoy yourselves during the retrograde until the middle of December. This is also the time when exes are coming back, or they're likely to come back. You might think about them, they might message you, you might message them. I would just be potentially aware of the fact that you might change your mind about them, about how you see your interaction and your connection with them after the retrograde is over, middle of December. And last but not least, 27th of November, probably one of the best days of the month. Sun trines Mars in your first house. You are so full of like vitality and energy and so driven and motivated and super active. And if you are organizing like a fun activity, if you're kind of like doing something to bring people together, it's probably going to turn out really well. You also seem to be very creative and driven to make things happen in alignment with your creative vision. It's a very fun day also for I'm going to say especially physical activities, so sports, games, play, but also a very fun day to spend it and to potentially take action and to take the lead when it comes to your involvement with someone romantically, I dare say, Leos. And if you are looking to make any sort of like plans to travel, the 27th of November is actually a really good time to travel or to make plans to travel, potentially maybe to a place that you have been to before, since Mercury is retrograde after all. My dear Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings. What is going on in November, Virgos? Well, the month starts off with a new moon. Beautiful. New moon, new beginning, fresh start. 1st of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This new moon is probably going to put the spotlight on a new beginning when it comes to your education. Maybe also when it comes to your preferred mode of transportation. So some of you could be buying a new car, or you could start taking driving lessons, for example. New neighbors, new colleagues, new beginning maybe when it comes to the neighborhood in general. There could be some changes around you in the local area, in the neighborhood. You could also start writing something or reading something. The new one could put the spotlight on your education as well. You could also start talking to someone about what's important for you in the long term, maybe when it comes to your career, your health, your work. This is a very good time to start working, maybe, for example, with a counselor, with a therapist, with a I don't know, maybe like personal trainer, especially if you want to change your life in some shape or form, and if you want to stop maybe self-sabotaging. Just saying. This could also be the time when you feel like it's easier to talk about difficult topics that you've had a hard time bringing up in the past. It may feel like your significant other, let's say if you are in a relationship, is ready to hear what you have to say. It could also feel like you have an easier time kind of like finding your words. It could also feel like it's easier for you to literally understand better your partner, especially if they've been having if they've been going through a difficult time, maybe from an emotional perspective. What I don't like about this new moon, and what I don't like about the first 4 days of November in particular, Mars is going to oppose Pluto. Now, this energy is the strongest on the 3rd of November. And what is it likely to bring? Mars in your 11th house opposes Pluto in your 5th house. So a few things. There could be some really intense, powerful, transformative fights and like conflicts and arguments with friends, with a romantic partner, maybe with a child. You could also potentially witness maybe some really intense and possibly like destructive and disturbing events when it comes to your friends, maybe also when it comes to children, especially if they're involved in group activities. I'm just going to give you an example. Let's say you've got a kid, your kid is playing football, and you go to, I don't know, one of your kid's like training sessions, and you notice that there's another child bullying your kid, and the coach says nothing. So you decide to stand up and to defend your child, and also take them to, I don't know, like a completely different like football club. So just to give you an example. There is also a possibility you may feel potentially a little bit betrayed by someone around this time. You might find out a secret, maybe a secret that a friend has been keeping from you, or that a child has been keeping from you, or that a romantic partner has been keeping from you. And sure, you could break up with a romantic partner, but I don't necessarily see that happening. You could feel like really personally attacked, or you could have like a, I don't know, like a massive row with your teenage child, but ultimately Mars is in a nice aspect to Mercury and to Neptune, so I feel like being understanding is the best tactic to make things work better. Being empathetic, being kind, being compassionate, and knowing when to let things go is probably going to help you tremendously when it comes to moving forward with the relationship with this person, whoever they might be. Is there a chance that you could also leave a community around this time after having, I don't know, some sort of a massive conflict with a member of the community? Maybe with a member of an organization, for example? Yes. Yes, that is possible. I do strongly recommend in general in the first 4 days of November, but especially around the 3rd of November, that you potentially stay away from dangerous situations that involve groups of people or let me just give you an example. Let's say you want to go to a concert. I'm not going to say don't go, but if you do go, I would be on the lookout for potential threats and dangers. Mars, Pluto can also bring accidents connected with water, accidents connected with, I don't know, buildings. Mars is also connected with obviously like fire and heat and things like that. Mars is connected with attacks, so there could be like, I don't know, like people fighting in the audience or something like that. So if you're doing something that is supposed to be fun, but that involves like a group of people, like a large audience, I would just be extra cautious. And I would not necessarily do fun things that have an element of danger and risk to them. So I would not go, I don't know, bungee jumping. That's the only extreme sport or like dangerous but fun thing that comes to mind in general. Yeah, I would not do that in the first 4 days of November, and I'm just going to leave it at that, my dear Virgos. Obviously, you've got free will, you can do whatever you please, but alas, that's just my recommendation. 2nd of November, Mercury goes into your 4th house of home and family life and living situation, and you're going to be thinking a lot about how to potentially maybe like change things around the house. You're going to be potentially talking a lot with like parents and family members in general. You might be debating philosophical matters or matters connected with like politics or religion or things like that. Mercury is also the ruler of your 10th house of career. So there is a possibility that you might need to potentially change the way that you work from home if you do work from home, or maybe you might want to, I don't know, like apply for some sort of like special exemption from work if you want to work more from home. Maybe you need to like talk to HR and things like that. Maybe HR reaches out and says, you know what, you can no longer work from home or something along those lines. So just be prepared for like conversations connected with that and connected with where you live and connected to the space that you work from. Mercury goes retrograde in your 4th house of home from the 26th of November until the middle of December. So Virgos, there is a possibility that you might need to kind of like revisit conversations and issues from the past in the home space and the family life sector. You might want to talk about how things maybe need to change around the house. If you want to make any sort of like changes or renovations, it could be a good idea to bring them up once again during the retrograde. You could travel back home to see family members if you live someplace else. There is, however, always with Mercury retrograde, a possibility of like challenges in communication, of misunderstandings. So I would make sure that everyone's on the same page during the retrograde. If you need to like buy things or sell things connected with your family sector, property sector, private life sector, I would potentially do it before the retrograde starts or after the retrograde is over, just because let's say you buy something for the house, you buy an appliance, and it turns out it malfunctions, it's broken, you have to send it back, it's a hassle. Do you want to do that? I don't know. If you want to do that, then yeah. Mercury retrograde is never like this massive kind of like disastrous thing. I'm just gonna say it. But alas, it can be inconvenient. It can cause inconveniences. Appliances, anything that runs on electricity, anything that is connected also with, I don't know, like the internet, communication devices could potentially malfunction during the retrograde. So be prepared to, I don't know, like call your internet provider, like restart the router during the retrograde and things like that. Going back in time, so we talked about the retrograde, which is pretty significant. November 4th, Mars goes into Leo in your 12th house. It's going to stay there for the rest of the year, my dear Virgos. Mars rules your 8th house and your 3rd house. So there is a possibility, I'm just going to go out there and say it, that your resting time, your sleep might not necessarily be as peaceful as it normally is throughout this period. You could have potentially thoughts of self-sabotage or thoughts of how you can kind of like cause a little bit of like chaos in your own life. I'm just going to say it. The 12th house is the house of hidden enemies. So basically the hidden enemies throughout this period could be your own negative, destructive thoughts, but also potentially you being impulsive or impatient or reckless when it comes to financial matters, when it comes to driving, when it comes to matters connected with communication, maybe also when it comes to just kind of like saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, I'd say. So I would be very, very careful what you say to whom and when, and just maybe employ a little bit of like Saturnian prudence throughout this period. You might also do a lot of work behind the scenes with Mars in your 12th house. So you might be kind of like involved in a lot of like action behind the scenes when it comes to matters connected with education, investments, reading, writing, learning things, but also potentially getting rid of debt. So you might be working really hard behind the scenes to clear out things. Speaking of clearing out things, Mars transiting the 12th house is a great period from the 4th of November for the rest of the year to clear out your space, to clear out from your life the things that are no longer serving you, the things, the people, the energies. So it's a great time to, I don't know, like do a massive purge, for example. 9th of November, also active day before and day after. Venus squares Neptune. The relationship with either a family member or with a significant other is potentially a little bit like disappointing, or maybe it feels like you're dealing with someone else's like pain and suffering and vulnerability, and you're trying to make them feel better, and you're trying to get them to look at the, I don't know, like glass half full, but it's quite hard to do that. It does feel like there is some sort of like suffering that you're being exposed to around this time. You might also feel like you have to help someone with money, potentially like a partner or a family member. 11th of November. This is something that you're gonna like, Virgos. From the 11th of November until the 7th of December, Venus transits your 5th house in Capricorn. So this is a great time for romance, dating, fun, entertainment, doing things that make you feel good, spending money on whatever your passions and hobbies are. Spending money on fun, parties, entertainment, spending money on your kids. Speaking of kids, relationships with children are likely to go through a really like beautiful, harmonious period. If you've been having any challenges in your relationships with kids, then things are probably going to settle quite nicely. You're probably going to feel like it's easier to get back on the same page. If kids have been super like unruly or rebellious, they're probably going to become a lot more reasonable. Let's say you've got like teenagers in the house, and actually it feels like you can now like find some sort of a middle ground, some sort of a middle path in the interaction with them. You can reach an agreement. It's also, as I said, a really good time just to kind of like enjoy the things that make you happy, Virgos. And it does look like you're probably going to feel motivated to direct some of your money and resources in this space. And you may also feel like you want to share whatever makes you happy the fruits of your labor with someone who is very, very close to your heart. Is it also a good time to travel from the 11th of November until the 7th of December? Yes. Yes, it is, with a caveat that Mercury is going to be retrograde from the 26th of November until the middle of December. And again, with Mercury retrograde, sometimes like, I don't know, like planes get like delayed or canceled, or you have to reschedule a flight, or like things like that. But generally, like traveling is likely to be very enjoyable throughout this period. 12th of November, Mercury squares Saturn, difficulties in communication with a colleague, a coworker, or a family member. I will say it might also feel like you have to do some sort of like tedious, dull, boring intellectual work, maybe for someone else. Maybe you're helping someone else with, I don't know, like a problem that feels, maybe you're competent in helping them solve it, but it actually bores you a great deal. It's not easy. It's quite difficult to get it done because it's like bleh. Like dreary. 15th of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after, you're going to have a full moon activating your 3rd house, 9th house axis, which is an axis of traveling, my dear Virgos, and an axis of education. So, I mean, a surprise, I don't know, a surprise, spontaneous, like sudden, unexpected trip is very, very possible. You might decide to spontaneously, I don't know, like, book tickets and like share this with your partner and say, yes, we're like, I don't know, going to Vegas or wherever you want to go. So it feels like you want to take some sort of a risk, some sort of a chance, and do something like really unpredictable when it comes to like traveling. There could also be some unexpected but like really pleasant news coming from abroad. Also unexpected but very pleasant, maybe like shocking kind of like good news coming from a legal entity. So coming from a court of law, or coming from, I don't know, if you've been applying for like a visa or a green card or something like that, from the institution, the entity that is in charge of that. An unexpected win on the legal front, I'd say. Some sort of a culminating point when it comes to your educational path, maybe like a really, really good result, a massive achievement that makes you really happy, that makes you very proud. It could be very, very much on your radar around this time. Maybe you're applying for, I don't know, like a PhD and you get, or like an MBA, and you get accepted into this like awesome program. Speaking of education, if you have kids, the good news from the educational sector could be coming in through your children. So maybe it is your child that gets accepted into like a prestigious like university, an Ivy League university or something like that. Aha moments, surprises and aha moments, and moments of feeling like very, very enlightened and feeling very connected with the essence of life are very possible around this time, Virgos. You might feel like, okay, I understand the meaning of life. I understand what's really important to me. I understand what really makes me happy. And I feel like these moments are really rare. I'm just gonna say it. So you might really want to like cherish and pay attention to whatever feels like this is it. This is what I should be doing with my life. This is what makes me happy. This is the environment that I should be in. These are the people that I should be spending more time with. A sense of feeling connected with a higher power is probably gonna somehow kind of like flow through you. And you're probably gonna feel very, very grateful for how things are unfolding in your life. Maybe after like a challenging start to the month. For a lot of people, the beginning of the month, especially with like the Mars in opposition to Pluto, the beginning of the month could be a little bit challenging, I'm gonna say. I would recommend, also at the time of the full moon, if you are deciding to do something like spontaneously, say yes to something spontaneously, that you also talk about the details, the specifics, and how this is going to work in the 3D reality, because there can be some challenges in communication. There can be some challenges in terms of, I don't know, like being clear on what you expect, what the other person's expectations are, if you're entering into any sort of like contract, if you ask me. 17th of November, Sun in opposition to Uranus. It seems to be very clear to you how your belief system is changing, how it is evolving, and it also seems to be very clear to you who you should be discussing about these things with, and who you should be potentially withholding these kind of like aha moments that you're experiencing, who you should be withholding them from, because some people are not going to get it. Some people are not going to understand where you're coming from. 19th of November, Pluto re-enters Aquarius in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. For the next 2 decades, you can expect a drastic transformation of your work environment and of the job that you're doing on a day-to-day basis. I am going to say it, Virgos. Is it likely to come in through, I don't know, the technological kind of sector? Let's say AI comes in and changes everything. I mean, that's just one example. Yes, it is possible. It is possible. 21st of November, for the next month, the Sun illuminates Sagittarius, your 4th house of home and family life. So you could be going back home, or you're connecting with family members. You could be spending a lot of time at home. It feels like you are called to direct energy in the private kind of like space. As I said, 26th of November, Mercury goes retrograde in the same part of your chart, and 27th of November, the Sun trines Mars. I feel like you could have a lot of fun at home with family members. I feel like you could genuinely be having a very, very good time. I feel like you could also be very motivated and driven to get rid of some things from the home space. So do a massive kind of like clear out, do like a proper like purge in the home space. I feel like you could also take some sort of behind the scenes action when it comes to a matter connected with your home life and your family life. And you could move like really fast, and you could be very inspired to get this done. And you might also not feel like you have to share this with anyone, and that's okay, because sometimes we have to like enjoy our wins in silence behind the scenes, because not everyone has to know. Not everyone needs to know, if you ask me. And that is November for Virgos. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings. November of 2024. What does it have in store for you, Libras? Well, this month starts off with a new moon happening in your 2nd house of income. So there will be a spotlight placed on your finances, on your income, on how you spend your money, on where your money goes, on expenses. This new moon is likely to bring some sort of a fresh start when it comes to the financial sector. I like the fact that the new moon is in a harmonious aspect to Saturn, so whatever fresh start you're experiencing financially, it does look like it's going to bring increased stability in some shape or form. For example, some people could potentially say yes to a new job. There could be a new source of income coming in. There's also a possibility that you may start utilizing your talents, your resources, your abilities in a novel way in the workspace. And you probably feel maybe very comfortable with this. You might feel like you're the experienced one, like you're bringing a lot of experience into the workplace, especially experience in how to handle situations that are quite taxing from an emotional perspective, I'd say. However, there is something that I don't necessarily like about this new moon, and actually, there's something that I don't like about the first 3-4 days of November. There's something going on in the sky. Mars is opposing Pluto. The aspect is going to be exact on the 3rd of November, but you might feel it as early as the 1st of November, all the way until the 4th of November. Now, Mars in opposition to Pluto. What can this bring? Well, it can bring intense, transformative fights, intense, transformative conflicts in your professional life. That is a possibility. There can also be a sense of potentially you feeling like your career is headed in a drastically in a completely different direction as a result of something that's going on in your home life, in your family life. Potentially, I don't know, you realize that you may need to, for example, apply for a different job because you want to have more time to spend at home with family, with the kids. Maybe a parent needs you. Speaking of parents, there is a high potential for, I repeat, intense conflicts with parents around this time. There's also a high potential for accidents in the home space. And maybe these don't happen to you, Libras. I mean, I don't actually see them happening to you, God forbid. But I do see the possibility of a parent potentially experiencing something quite challenging, experiencing some sort of like damage, maybe experiencing an incident in the home in one form or another. Mars, Pluto can also be quite destructive. So there is a possibility that something may break at home, or I repeat, there is a high chance of accidents in the home space. So again, probably not happening to you, my dear Libras, but you might witness them. You might kind of like witness, I don't know, a parent going through something. If there is any possibility that you could potentially give them a little bit of a heads up and tell them, listen, be careful, like don't rush into doing things. I don't know, be careful when it comes to handling heat or sharp tools and things like that. That would be ideal. Generally, I would recommend being very careful in terms of how you handle heat, sharp tools, and heavy machinery in the first 4 days of November. Libras, there's also a possibility, going back to your career sector, that possibly the industry that you're working, that you're activating in might go in a radically different direction, or that leadership within your company might experience a drastic change, a drastic transformation, I have to say. There is a possibility that in the workspace, but potentially also at home in the first 4 days of November, Libras, there could be some sort of really, I want to say maybe like heavy secrets coming to the surface. So you kind of like see certain things, you understand certain things, you hear news that could feel quite heavy. And it also feels like potentially there's a need to act really fast and kind of like trust your instinct, trust your gut in terms of how to deal with this heavy stuff. So this could happen both at home as well as in the workspace. Now, you're not the only ones experiencing this transit, Libras. So Mars is going to oppose Pluto for everyone. So don't think or don't feel like you're being singled out to experience these potentially maybe like challenging few days at the beginning of November. There is a chance, I repeat, there is actually a high chance that no matter how things are evolving, how they are unfolding, there is a high chance that possibly your financial and material situation will experience an improvement or an increased sense of stability after turmoil, after transformation. But again, I said it once, I'm gonna say it twice. Yeah, maybe you can give your family a heads up. Maybe you can be careful as well in the home, and generally when it comes to operating machinery and I don't know, like tools and things like that. 2nd of November, Mercury goes into Sagittarius, and it's going to stay in Sagittarius for quite some time. Mercury is going to activate your house of communication, of short distance traveling. Your 3rd house is also associated with cars, transportation. So you're probably going to have quite a few kind of like short trips that you may need to take throughout November. For you, Libras, Mercury also rules the 9th house and the 12th house, so you could be thinking a great deal about potentially, I don't know, like legal matters, or talking about legal matters, or talking about potentially political and philosophical matters throughout November. You could also be thinking and speaking and communicating a great deal throughout November about the things that you didn't see coming, or about your blind spots, or about the things that are not necessarily immediately kind of like obvious and visible, I'd say. Now, I did give you a heads up that Mercury is going to go retrograde. It's going to happen on the 26th of November until the middle of December, until the 15th of December. So I'm just going to say it. Do expect possible delays when it comes to transportation, when it comes to anything that has to do with pre-existing appointments. Let's say you had like things scheduled end of November until the middle of December. I would potentially expect your diary, your schedule to go through some changes. I would also potentially expect delays or postponements of maybe meetings or trips, both short distance as well as long distance. It is a very good time, my dear Libras, the retrograde period, to go back over some of the things that maybe you need to learn, some of the things that you need to kind of like understand at a mental and at an intellectual level, and to make sure that you are comfortable talking about them, putting the, let's say, information that you have absorbed, putting it to practical use. So Mercury retrograde is a great time, a great period for reviewing things, for revisiting classes, courses, I don't know, the course material if you're thinking of taking exams or things like that. Speaking of exams, I would not necessarily schedule exams if you can between the 26th of November until the middle of December, but if you have to schedule them, I would also be prepared to like review a great deal of the material that you might be and like tested on. Is there a possibility you could end up, I don't know, postponing an exam throughout this period? Yes, there is a chance. There is a chance, and I wanted to give you a heads up. And last but not least, I would not buy any cars or kind of like means of transportation or anything connected with your preferred mode of transportation between the 26th of November until the middle of December, just because the third house is the house of cars and transport and things like that. So if you do end up buying something, you might need to return it. If you need to fix your car, this is actually a great time. So I do recommend fixing things and repairing things. Going a little bit back in time, 4th of November. Mars goes into Leo, and it's going to stay in Leo for quite some time. It's going to stay in Leo throughout the rest of 2024. Mars is the ruler of your 7th house of relationships, as well as the ruler of your house of income. Now, throughout this period, 4th of November, pretty much until the end of 2024, it may feel like you are putting a great deal of energy into matters connected with your long-term goals and plans for the future, especially goals for the future that also involve potentially a partner in one way or another. Maybe a business partner, but maybe a life partner. Maybe you are with someone and you're thinking, okay, husband, wife, let's sit down and let's talk about where we want to be headed in terms of our life direction. Do we have any specific targets? Do we have any specific goals? So it does feel like you're going to be very invested in these areas. There is also a very high chance that you may be spending quite a bit of money on social activities, November, December, potentially meeting with friends, connecting with friends. You might be the one kind of like taking the lead and organizing group events or things like that. You actually seem to be best placed potentially as the leader and organizer of group activities whilst Mars transits your 11th house, because otherwise there is a high possibility that if someone else is kind of like taking the lead, you might clash at times. Oh, I apologize. You may clash at times, but alas, Mars in Leo is quite a playful energy, so even if there are clashes, I feel like it could be this sort of, I don't know, like almost like playful thing, entertaining thing that that happens. So I don't believe anyone's gonna take it personally. I also like on the 4th of November, the Sun trining Saturn, a stabilizing force. I apologize, I mispronounced. A stabilizing force in the workplace and also in your health sector. 9th of November, Venus squares Neptune. I do believe there could be challenges in communication at work. Maybe someone is being very vague. Maybe something that you're dealing with at work is being like extra, I don't know, like it could be an interaction with someone, but it could also be you dealing with a set of like, I don't know, like data and things like that. That is super ambiguous. You do seem to be left somewhere kind of like confused and unclear as to what the next steps are. So I would clarify and make sure that you have understood things correctly. 11th of November until the 7th of December, Venus transits Capricorn in your 4th house. Now, the beginning of the month may have been quite tense, quite challenging, quite, even to an extent, I want to say destructive in the home space or in the family kind of like space. There may have been kind of like intense issues coming to the surface, metaphorically speaking, but potentially also like physically. Venus comes in and kind of like saves the day a little bit. So after experiencing turmoil, after experiencing transformation, after experiencing conflict, possibly at home, Venus comes in until the 7th of December and says, okay, let's make peace once again. Let's kind of like smooth all of the edges. Let's start kind of like bringing people together once again. So relationships with family members, with parents, with anyone in the home space is actually likely to see an improvement. You are also likely to see an improvement on any and all matters connected with home life and family life throughout this transit. You might also feel inspired to like host people in your own home, potentially maybe help in a practical way, family members, parents, and maybe even like take responsibility for some of the things that they're going through in some shape or form. So Venus, as I said, comes in and saves the day a tiny little bit. 12th of November, Mercury squares Saturn, really hard work, of an intellectual nature that you seem to have to get done, but it might take you a little bit longer than you thought it would take, and you might be a bit tired and mentally a bit drained. So I would potentially allocate maybe extra time to these kind of like tasks that you need to complete around the 12th of November. 15th of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Full moon activating your financial axis. Full moon in Taurus, activating the 2nd house, 8th house axis, my dear Libras. The moon is conjunct Uranus. It's trining Pluto and it's sextiling Neptune. And Venus is going to be in Capricorn, sextiling Saturn. So I feel like this is a culminating point in some shape or form when it comes to money and finances and payments, potentially, or maybe expenses connected with your home life, your family life, your property sector, your real estate sector. Maybe you have to make a significant payment towards the home. Maybe you have to repair something and it costs you a great deal. Maybe family needs your help in some shape or form financially, so there could be a significant expense connected with family coming to the surface. There is potentially an element of surprise, of the unexpected here, but if you do have unexpected expenses, I believe that you are actually in a good place to handle them, to take care of them. I don't believe it's going to, I mean, even though like on paper it might set you back, I don't believe it's going to make that bad or that big a dent in your finances. You might feel like, you know what, I want to jump in and help my family. So it could come from you, and you could be the one surprising others, I'd say. There's also a sense of being free somehow from potentially like a debt or potentially some sort of a financial burden connected with home, property, family, and real estate. I do believe that this could be a financial burden that you're being freed of in one way or another. Is there a possibility that you could also receive an unexpected gift from the family? Yes, that is possible. And I don't know, maybe it helps you with your expenses. Maybe it helps you pay off debt. That's all very, very, very possible, I'd say. Some of you could hear good news connected with a mortgage, with a loan, if you were expecting that. Whatever is going on the financial front, it seems to bring the family sector in as well, and the living situation as well, my dear Libras. I would, however, recommend, if you're signing any papers, if you're agreeing to anything contractually, I would recommend not rushing into like saying yes, because there's this mutable T-square in the sky between Jupiter, Saturn, and Mercury. So information can be a little bit fuzzy. It can be a little bit, I don't know, the facts could be a bit inconclusive. Maybe you're not seeing everything. Maybe you're kind of like acting from a space of enthusiasm, but potentially you might need to dig a little bit deeper into this whole thing. 17th of November, the Sun opposes Uranus. It feels like this could be a day when you have some sort of a face-off or a clash with someone whose values and whose maybe yeah, let's call them values, whose values are very different from yours. It could also become very clear to you what it is that you need to free yourself of when it comes to handling other people's issues, problems, kind of like troubles, and so on. 19th of November, Pluto re-enters Aquarius, dun, 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 and it's here to stay. So for the next couple of decades, Libras, you can experience some, you're likely to experience some kind of like death and rebirth, some sort of like intense transformation when it comes to your children's sector, but also when it comes to your passions, your hobbies, your romantic life, and your sense of creative self-expression. 21st of November, Sagittarius season starts. It activates your third house for the next month. So a lot of your kind of like vitality and energy and pretty much the spotlight is going to be placed on matters connected with education, with learning, with exams, with writing potentially. But also you seem to have a lot of people that maybe you need to connect with, to meet with. There is a chance that you might like talk to friends quite a bit throughout this period. I see kind of like an intensified exchange of words, of messages between you and your friends, because the Sun also rules your 11th house of friends and groups of people. And as I said, 26th of November, Mercury goes retrograde. 27th of November, really nice day. The Sun trines Mars. I'm seeing things moving at a very fast and productive and exciting pace when it comes to potentially some sort of a goal, some sort of a plan that you had that maybe involved others. Maybe it's a plan that involved your partner, if you have a partner. Maybe it's a plan that it involved your friends, or maybe an organization. I see you shining in a group type of setup, especially if you're taking the lead and you have to like talk about something and make a presentation. It's also a very fun time, so it's actually like a really good time to have fun with friends, with your, maybe even with your colleagues. You could actually have a lot of fun if you did something physical. So I'm thinking of some sort of physical activity. It could be a game. It could be, I don't know, like a day trip, going somewhere and being like active together. It could actually turn out really, really well. And that is Libras. Now Scorpios. Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. November of 2024. What is going on? What's happening, Scorpios? Well, the month starts with a new moon in your sign. 1st of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after. The spotlight is going to be placed on you. Who are you? Who are you turning into? What are you ready to kind of like transform about your life direction and about your sense of self, my dear Scorpios? I do believe you may feel ready to transform something. Potentially transform your view of yourself, or maybe the filter through which you see reality and through which you kind of like approach the world. This transformation, however, as regenerating, as good as it might feel, it may feel like a reset. I'm gonna put it out there. It may feel also like a reset on a physical level. Maybe you're ready to transform the way you take care of yourselves, the way you take care of your body, the way you, I don't know, like work out, the way you eat, the way you look after yourselves, Scorpios. There is a possibility, however, that this transformation comes as a result of some sort of a disappointment, or as a result of something not going really well. Mars is going to be opposing Pluto. You may have a bit of an aha moment, potentially in a conversation with someone. You might realize, okay, so I've been looking at this whole thing wrong. I need to change my mentality. I need to change my perspective. You may have actually had a really difficult conversation, maybe even a conflict with someone, and that determines you. That is the motivating force behind you saying, you know what, I'm just gonna approach this whole like interactions with others part of my life completely differently. Intense feelings in connection with your worldviews, your life philosophy, your belief system are very likely at this time. It could feel like you're receiving some really strong opposition when it comes to your worldview and your life philosophy. Potentially also when it comes to your political views, your religious, your spiritual views. It could also feel like there's a sense of a rebirth that you're going through when it comes to the meaning of life. I know maybe that sounds cheesy, maybe that sounds really, I don't know, like theoretical, like abstract, the meaning of life, but I think it's a really good thing to think about, Scorpios, because the ways in which we find meaning, whatever is meaningful to us, motivates so much of what we do, of how we act, of the choices that we make. So if you're experiencing essentially almost like a destruction of your worldview and of your belief system and of your ability to find meaning in the way that you have found it so far, then that's going to result in you kind of like coming out of this a different person, a new person, if you ask me. One recommendation that I do have around the 1st of November, and actually all the way until the 4th of November, with Mars opposing Pluto, one massive recommendation that I have is please stay away from dangerous situations and stay away from kind of like situations in which speed or danger or sharp tools or heat are involved, especially when it comes to traveling. So Mars in aspect to Pluto can sometimes bring physical danger. It's not mandatory, it's a possibility, but it can result in intense kind of like danger and the possibility of like accidents and things like that. Now, you don't have to freak out, and you can actually stay out of harm's way by being extra cautious, by not speeding on the road, by being a little bit on the lookout when it comes to traveling, when it comes to any sort of like form of transportation that you prefer. If you take the train, then just be a little bit extra vigilant. And you are, Scorpio, as an archetypal kind of energy, is generally quite street smart. So you are naturally quite street smart. So you may be naturally extra suspicious compared to others, and it might actually keep you safe. But do employ that sixth sense that tells you if you can sniff danger somewhere, don't get close to it, don't get near, because there might be this type of experience that is kind of like looming somewhere around you. And it could be connected, I repeat, with traveling, transportation, but it also could be connected with your neighborhood. So I would just be kind of like extra, like a little bit extra cautious when you get out of the house at night or things like that. So the darkness, nighttime is the one to kind of like to watch out for. If you don't have to be out at night in the first 4 days of November, that would be amazing. If you can't avoid it, then just be kind of like mindful of your surroundings. There's also a possibility you may have a little bit of an intense fight in the first 4 days of, like a little bit of an intense fight. It's like, no, I'm just gonna be very honest. For those of you who are going to feel this, and it's probably not gonna be all Scorpios, it's gonna be those whose natal chart is activated by this transit, by this aspect. Let me actually even tell you who exactly I'm referring to. So those of you who are going to experience an activation of your natal chart in this direction, I can tell you there can be some really challenging, profoundly disturbing conflicts with siblings, colleagues, neighbors, in-laws, people who work for the law in some shape or form. So yeah, I would be, again, mindful of what you say, because it can backfire. So those of you who have planets, especially around 28, 29 degrees of cardinal signs. I know that I'm talking to Scorpios, but those who have planets around 28, 29 degrees of cardinal signs are going to feel this intense aspect the most. The Mars-Pluto opposition. Now, going back to November, the rest of November, I can tell you that the new moon is in a nice aspect to Saturn. So you do seem to realize, okay, these are the people that love me, that appreciate me. These are the people whose support I have. These are also the activities, and this is also the way of life that is going to sustain me in me kind of like making this change on a personal level. So I like that. I like that. You seem to kind of like have that understanding and also feel supported by people who love you, which is great. 2nd of November, Mercury goes into Sagittarius in your house of income. It's going to stay there for quite some time. It's going to be in Sagittarius for the entire month and also for kind of like quite a bit of December. Mercury is the ruler of your 8th house and of your 11th house. So for pretty much most of November, Scorpios, you're probably going to spend money on, well, social activities, I believe. You might also spend money on your goals for the future. Potentially you might be thinking about where you want to direct your budget in one way or another, so that it aligns with your goals and your plans for the future. That's a good way to make use of this transit. You might also start thinking about how you can pay off debts, how you can pay off whatever it is that you owe to others. There is a possibility that throughout November you might also feel like you have to pay for other people's expenses. I wanna say. Now, of course, no one is going to force you, but you may feel like you potentially have to like chime in and help. Mercury is going to go retrograde in your 2nd house of income, 26th of November until the middle of December. So there can be mistakes, misunderstandings, experiences of, I don't know, like miscommunication or delays when it comes to financial matters. So if you're waiting for someone to pay your invoice, you may want to message them twice. You may want to check that they've actually received your invoice. There could be experiences of, I don't know, like delayed payments or mistakes in relation to money and finances and payments. I would also keep a close eye on your bank accounts throughout this period, 26th of November until the middle of December, because Mercury retrograde can also act as the trickster. So there is a possibility that thieves, scammers, hackers, like people with I don't know, like ill intentions might try to steal from you. Sometimes there is a possibility that you may, if you're not paying close attention, you may overlook mistakes when it comes to how much you're charged. Let's say you go to the restaurant and you ask for the bill and you don't look at it, you just pay, and then you, I don't know, take the bill with you and you get home and you're thinking, why did I pay for all of these things? Because I did not order these things. So just be aware of that. What I like about the Mercury retrograde is the possibility of you potentially maybe getting back in touch with old clients, people who you've worked with in the past, people who you've collaborated with in the past, maybe even like organizations that you've connected with in the past, and see if there's any way in which you can create value together. There might be. I am gonna say it. Now, going a little bit back in time, 4th of November, Mars goes into Leo in your house of career, public status, and public reputation. Mars is your chart ruler, and it also rules your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. So you're going to be putting a lot of energy, Scorpios, I can tell you this, into matters connected with your professional path, into matters connected with your status and your reputation in the world, even if they're not necessarily linked with your profession, throughout the rest of November and the rest of the year, actually. So November and December. You may feel like you have to take the lead in a professional setup for the rest of November and just kind of like be willing to act boldly and courageously with an audience in a professional setup, and generally in a public setup. So not just at work, but in a public setup, you might feel like, okay, people are watching, and you have to be the one maybe kind of like inspiring them to be confident, to be bold, to be courageous. You may need to kind of like take the lead in some shape or form. You may need to do this in a very kind of like dramatic manner in which you exude this sort of like a regal air. It is a very good time. The rest of November is actually a very good time to be kind of like driven and motivated. You're probably gonna feel this anyway. To focus with this sort of like single-minded way of looking at things, to focus on where you want to get to professionally, and also to focus on where you want to get to in terms of like your general status and reputation in the world. The 4th of November is also generally a nice day because the sun is trining Saturn, so it feels like you are experiencing a sense of things kind of like stabilizing for you when it comes to how you see yourself, when it comes to your sense of evolution, maybe also when it comes to your career path. So interestingly enough, you're going to have a lot of courage in your career sector for the rest of November. That is going to kind of like help you take action, help you be more assertive. But at the same time, you also seem to feel really kind of at peace with where things are headed from a professional perspective, emotionally at peace and quite confident. 9th of November, Venus in Sagittarius is squaring Neptune. You might overspend. You might overspend on this day on, I don't know, like beautiful things, on pleasure, on luxury, on maybe a romantic date, on a nice, I don't know, like spa day. You might even also... I'm talking to those who have kids. You might even overspend on matters connected with your children around the 9th of November, my dear Scorpios. Now, I'm not saying don't spend, but I'm also saying make sure that whatever it is that you're spending on is valuable, because there could be a sense of like disappointment that you're experiencing because, I don't know, you're paying for something and it turns out it's not as valuable as you thought it would be, or something along those lines. So it could break, or it might not last in time. 11th of November until the 7th of December, Venus transits Capricorn. Communication, writing, speaking, learning, educational activities are likely to feel extra sweet, extra enjoyable, extra pleasant, let's say. It's also generally a very good transit, Venus transiting your 3rd house, to do all things connected with the 3rd house, because it feels like others are going to help you, they're going to support you, they're going to be there for you in case anything happens, in case you need help. So for example, if you wanted to buy a car, this is a very good time. If you were thinking of, I don't know, like taking an exam, this is also a very good time. If you were thinking of reaching out to someone to, I don't know, get them to sign a contract with you, I'm thinking of those in the professional space, this is also a very good time to like send them a message. It's a great time to make presentations, because you're likely to be very kind of like gracious in the language that you choose, and very mindful of other people's values and of what they kind of like expect to hear. So it is a very helpful transit. 12th of November, Mercury squares Saturn. I feel like you're worrying a little bit about money, and about potentially not having enough money to do the things that make you happy, or to purchase the things that would make other people happy, such as your family members or your kids. So a little bit of like pessimistic thinking on this day. 15th of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon activating your relationship and partnership axis. Now, this does not refer just to romantic relationships. I know I feel like I'm a little bit of a broken record, because now I caveat. Every time I talk about relationships, I feel like I need to draw the people's attention to the fact that this is not just romantic relationships, because a lot of the people who are watching this still keep on commenting and saying, I'm not in a relationship, I'm not in a relationship. I'm like, it's okay. You have people in your life. It means you have relationships and interactions with others. So this full moon is going to put the spotlight on relationships and partnerships and interactions with others. There could be some sort of a surprise making its way to you from other people. It could be a pleasant news for those of you who are in a relationship. It could be pleasant news coming from your partner. Maybe your partner surprises you with something nice. Maybe they do something nice for you, or maybe they have like some really good news. Your partner connected with one of your kids, so it could be kind of like a joint surprise. You could be celebrating something connected with children together with your partner. There could also be a sense of unexpected kind of like relief that your partner experiences in some shape or form. Potentially, if they were going through a hard time, maybe with their family, maybe at work, there is a sense of things becoming like suddenly and unexpectedly a lot easier to manage, a lot easier to handle. You could also have a little bit of an aha moment when it comes to someone in your life. It could be a romantic partner, it could be a business partner, it could be someone that you work with, so they don't have to be a business partner, they could be a colleague, for instance. You might have a little bit of an aha moment. It could feel like you really understand this person and they understand you. It feels like you could have some sort of a breakthrough in the interaction with this person. So I am really liking this. I have to say, I really have to say it. Those of you who are open to be in a relationship, this full moon could actually materialize something on the relationship front. So if you're not with someone, it could feel like all of a sudden out of the blue you have a bit of a revelation about, like, I don't know, someone who likes you and you like them, and all of a sudden it turns very kind of like romantic and rosy, and so on. Another possibility at the time of this full moon is that all of a sudden you might experience a sense of freedom and relief from someone who's been opposing you a great deal, like, I don't know, like an open adversary, opposition at work. I'm thinking someone who is challenging you all the time. It feels like unexpectedly you are kind of like on the same page, I would say. One thing that I would be quite mindful of is the following. Jupiter, Saturn, and Mercury are going to be forming a tense aspect in the sky at the time of this full moon. So if, I don't know, the news that you're hearing from someone sounds too good to be true, and if you're not talking specifics, my recommendation would be to talk specifics, to talk about what this would actually look like in terms of, I don't know, like financial investment, in terms of financial involvement, in terms of what it would cost you, in terms of what it would cost you, metaphorically speaking, as in how it would ask of you to like change your life in some shape or form. When you start talking about the facts and the kind of like practical aspects, it may feel like there's a little bit more to untangle here. I'm not saying that the news isn't good, because overall I would say that it probably is, but there's a little bit more untangling that needs to get done, especially if there's any money involved, I'd say. 17th of November, Sun opposes Uranus. Someone seems to be extremely stubborn and very much willing to go against your way of seeing things and doing things. Potentially a partner or someone that you work with or someone that you bump into in your professional life. So they seem to want to go their exact kind of like, I don't know, niche, unconventional way, and they will not have things your way no matter what. 19th of November, Pluto re-enters Aquarius in your house of home, family, and living situation for the next 2 decades. Pluto is here to stay. For the next 2 decades, you're probably going to experience some sort of a drastic transformation of your living situation, of your home life, of your family life. And because this is a very slow-moving planet, Pluto moves really, really slow, you're probably going to start seeing the effects in time. So it's not like a one-off, all of a sudden kind of thing. It's kind of like a short but necessary and kind of like inescapable transformation, if you ask me. 21st of November, the Sun goes into Sagittarius in your 2nd house of income. It illuminates your sector of income and resources. I would also say that this period, 21st of November for the next month, so Sagittarius season, is likely to give a boost to your sense of self-worth and self-esteem. So you're probably going to feel more confident in what you bring to the table. You may feel more confident potentially to ask for more money or to be a little bit more, I don't know, like optimistic and adventurous with how you spend your money. 27th of November, the Sun trines Mars, some sort of a big win, some sort of a big victory, a big success in the professional space that makes you feel like really proud of yourselves, my dear Scorpios. Maybe you've tackled something with like boldness and also with vision. Maybe you've proven yourselves in like a public way. Maybe you've kind of like completed something like really well. Maybe you've taken action in a manner that garners a lot of appreciation, garners a lot of like applause, of acclaim. In any case, it's a win for you, Scorpios, the 27th of November. My dear Sagittarius, Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings. November of 2024. What does it have in store for you? Well, Sagittarians, the month begins with a new moon, a new beginning, a fresh start. That for you will probably involve releasing something, letting go of something. So I'm thinking maybe you can kind of like clean up the house or get rid of stuff that you don't need anymore. Get rid of potentially something that maybe you felt emotionally attached to, but that you realized or that you may realize, Sagittarians, was somehow kind of like keeping you stuck in the past. It is actually a very, very, very good time to, the first 3-4 days of November, to kind of like have a look around and maybe open all the closets, open all the cupboards and see if there's anything that's been I don't know, like rotting somewhere, like forgotten. Of course, I'm exaggerating for dramatic effects, but you get the drill. You get what I'm trying to say. It feels like this new moon can also put the spotlight on how you've been sabotaging yourself, Sagittarius, and you might actually decide to do things differently. You might decide to stop, I don't know, falling prey to some sort of like escapist tendencies that you have. You may feel like you've got the support of family, the support of siblings, the support of parents in this direction. There can be some challenging energies that you're facing at the time of this new moon also. In the first 4 days of November, but you may already be feeling this at the time of the new moon, Sagittarius, Mars is going to be opposing Pluto. This aspect is exact on the 3rd, but I repeat, you're probably going to feel it first 4 days of November in some shape or form. Mars opposing Pluto can bring to the surface potentially some sort of hidden information or kind of like hidden material connected with your finances, your material situation, your financial stability. You might realize that something that you were doing, or maybe that a partner was doing, has been sabotaging your financial situation, has been messing up with your kind of like bank accounts and with your savings, possibly. A financial secret may come to the surface. Can it be a secret that triggers people, that is very kind of like irritating, that is very emotionally charged? Yes, that is very, very, very possible. You may have a conflict around this time, first 4 days of November, concerning finances, and you may decide to do things differently on the financial front, and differently also when it comes to you, I don't know, like pooling resources together, for example, with a significant other. Maybe you're going to decide, you know what, we're going to have like, I don't know, like new boundaries or like different bank accounts, for instance. That's just one example. I do feel like you could have to pay for something around this time, Sagittarians, and you might need to pay quite a bit, but there's also a possibility that you might decide to say no at this point in time. So if you've been paying for someone else's stuff, if you've been paying for someone else's, I don't know, like lifestyle, if you've been paying for someone else's like choices, at this point you could be the one that says, nope, enough, I'm no longer going to do this, we're gonna have to figure things out differently. Now, communication is golden at the time of this new moon, because tempers can kind of like flare up and people can be very irritable, very moody, very frustrated. I don't want to say aggressive, but there will be some people who might kind of like have breakdowns. Not necessarily you, but you could witness that around you, Sagittarians. So I think it's important to kind of like communicate in a very like emotionally intelligent manner and like read the room. Sometimes the things that you don't say are as important as the things that you do say. So maybe certain things you might need to keep to yourselves. Just kind of like read the room, read the whole situation. Last but not least, Sagittarians, there is a possibility that you may see a source of income leaving you around this time, but it could be making room for something much more sustainable, for something, for a source of income or for like additional sources of income that are much more reliable. You may also see potentially some sort of a loss when it comes to investments. It's not mandatory, but if you're noticing that there's something kind of like shifting on the stock market, I would not rush into anything. Of course, this is not financial advice. You're free to do whatever you want with your money, but I would not rush into making a decision out of fear. I would just kind of like move slowly and once again, act cautiously, not act on impulse when it comes to money. 2nd of November, Mercury comes into your first house. Mercury enters Sagittarius. It's going to be in Sagittarius for the rest of the month and for a significant part of December as well. Now, Mercury on your side, Sagittarians, is probably going to make you really chatty. Very much kind of like eager to like share your thoughts, your opinions, to communicate, to interact with others, to socialize, to engage in connections, in kind of like social connections with others. Mercury is also the ruler of your house of career. So I want to say that with Mercury on your side, Mercury generally likes to transit the first house, and it's natally in its joy in the first house, although it's not necessarily super strong in Sagittarius, because Mercury is a stickler for details and Sagittarius is the one that looks at the big picture. But nevertheless, In the professional space, I believe that you can take the floor. I believe that you can be very convincing, very persuasive for the rest of November. Very persuasive. Let me make sure that I say that right. Especially until Mercury goes retrograde, Sagittarians, which is going to happen on the 26th of November until the middle of December, until the 15th of December. So from the 2nd until the 26th, take the floor, share your opinions, share your ideas, share your thoughts in a professional setup. You're probably going to feel very kind of like enthusiastic about doing all of these things. You may also be very convincing to get people on your side, to kind of like to get them to buy into your vision. Speaking of buying, it doesn't matter if you sell anything or not, but people are buying into what you're like talking about in November for the most part, especially until the 26th when Mercury goes retrograde. You might also think a great deal about your place in certain relationships and your position and how maybe how you can communicate that better. You might also think a great deal about what new direction you should be headed in from a career perspective, Sagittarians, for the rest of November. Now, 4th of November, Mars is going to go into Leo. It's going to stay there. So we've got a lot of planets changing signs this month, actually. Mars is going to stay in Leo for the rest of 2024. Mars rules your 5th house and your 12th house. And Leo in your natal chart, Sagittarians, is your 9th house for Sagittarius risings. I'm using the whole sign house system, by the way, just in case people are wondering. So pretty much from the 4th of November until the end of the year, you are strongly supported in putting energy and taking action and taking the initiative and taking the lead when it comes to matters that have to do with foreign lands and foreign countries. So for example, traveling. You might feel very driven and motivated to like book that flight, book that trip, plan that, I don't know, like holiday abroad. You might also feel very driven and motivated when it comes to defending your belief system, your worldview, and your life philosophy. You may feel like you really have to kind of like stand up and you're not going to take any pushback when it comes to the way that you see the world, the way that you see things. Mars, because it's the ruler of your 5th house, can also make things quite fun when it comes to traveling, pretty much from the 4th of November until the end of November, with the big caveat that when Mercury is going to be retrograde in Sagittarius, I mean, if you do travel, I would make sure that, I don't know, you don't forget your passport at home. I would make sure that you don't, I don't know, like look at the wrong day and arrive at the airport a day early. These are all things that have happened to people. Not to me personally, but to people in my life, to people that I know. I have a friend whose partner forgot one of their suitcases at home. When they got to the airport, they're like, we were supposed to have 3 suitcases. Why do we only have 2? So if you do travel, which you may feel inspired to do, and you may feel like really energized by traveling, Sagittarians, from the 4th of November onwards, and it can be very fun. Remember, 26th of November until the middle of December, Mercury is retrograde, so double, triple check the booking, the tickets, the passport, the luggage, you know, all of this stuff. Maybe make sure also to leave home early so that in case there's any, I don't know, like delays on the road, any incidents on the road, you can still get there in time. Mercury, my apologies, Mars transiting your 9th house can also make you very driven and motivated to pursue things on the academic front. So if you've been thinking to, I don't know, apply for that PhD, apply for that, I don't know, like master's or something like that, Mars is kind of like saying, come on, this is it. It's kind of like lighting up that like fire in your belly. I think that's the expression. Forgive me if it's not. Things also seem to be stabilizing on the 4th of November at home. If you've been making any changes at home, if you've been kind of like, I don't know, getting rid of stuff, if you've been addressing maybe issues that were metaphorically swept under the rug so far, things seem to be kind of like calming down, settling a bit. 9th of November, Venus squares Neptune. I feel like you've got kind of like big ideals and big dreams about what your home life and family life and living situation should look like, but at the same time, you might be dreaming a little bit too big. Now, I'm not one to rain on anyone's parade, but what I'm saying is that you could be a tiny little bit unrealistic. You might not be taking into account the reality of your situation, or the reality of, I don't know, the other people that you live with, for example, your family. 11th of November until the 7th of December, I really like this transit. Venus transits Capricorn in your second house of income. This is a beautiful time to attract more money towards you, Sagittarians, to ask for more money, to ask for a raise, to put up your prices if you're working for yourselves. You can attract lucrative business partnerships throughout this period. You may also feel really valued and valuable throughout this period, especially in the workspace. You may feel like your experience, your expertise, your skill set, your discipline, your organization skills are really valued in the workspace. This is also a time in which you may spend money, a period in which you may spend money on matters connected with beauty, health and wellness, but also matters connected with your social life, with, I don't know, like social engagements, with like, I don't know, your friends asking you to go with them to a concert or things like that. Nevertheless, Venus brings pleasure whatever sector it transits. So it's probably going to bring pleasure and enjoyment and a degree of kind of like magnetism and attraction when it comes to financial matters, but also when it comes to matters connected with your sense of self-worth and self-esteem. 12th of November, Mercury squares Saturn, potentially a feeling of not being exactly kind of like on the same page mentally, intellectually with someone who you live with, or with a parent, or maybe even with your partner. You might disagree with a partner or a parent or a family member on a matter connected with the home life, with the living situation. The other person is coming from a place of emotional vulnerability, and you're coming from a place of like big dreams and big visions, and I don't think you're gonna reach a conclusion on this on this day, a mutually fulfilling agreement on this day. 15th of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Taurus, activating the 6th house, 12th house axis. Okay, like a really nice surprise connected with your work. Maybe like a, I don't know, like a surprise, like project coming towards you out of the blue, out of nowhere, and it's something that could be paying very well. It's something that could be potentially requiring you to spend some time away from home. It is something that maybe helps you financially to, I don't know, like pay for matters connected with home and family life. So it could be a very lucrative thing. Some of you could be receiving an exciting job offer, or an exciting, I don't know, piece of news from your boss, such as you've been promoted, or you've, I don't know, scored really high in reviews this year. I think that's what it's called, and you're gonna get a raise or something along those lines. There could also be a sense of being freed up of something, Sagittarians, around this time that you didn't necessarily enjoy working on in the workspace, and you're like, yes, I'm done, fantastic, I no longer need to work with this client, I am free. You also seem to feel free and liberated of a worry connected with your health around this time, which is also probably very, very, very good, very good news. Now, in the workspace, if you are committing to something, if you're signing a contract, if you're saying yes to a new job, if you're saying yes to, I don't know, like a new project, my recommendation is to talk specifics with whoever it is that you're going to be working with, and with, I don't know, your boss, your manager, because data is a little bit fuzzy. The facts are a little bit fuzzy. And don't forget, Mercury also goes retrograde at the end of the month. So you might hear all sorts of like new, like information maybe that you should have heard a while ago, that you should have kind of been exposed to some time ago. Speaking of Mercury retrograde, 26th of November until the 15th of December, it does feel like, like you might need to, or like revisit partnerships, including business partnerships. You might need to go over potentially like old contracts. You may need to revisit like your existing kind of like work environment or agreement when it comes to your work, maybe also when it comes to your schedule. It is, however, also a good time, the retrograde, to work on things that maybe you've postponed, or to kind of like get back in touch with I don't know, like clients from the past and go back to like old projects from the past and maybe redo them or give them a new life in some shape or form. 17th of November, the Sun opposes Uranus in Taurus. Now, in the workspace, it feels like there is some sort of an unexpected, I don't know, behind the scenes setback that you need to free yourselves of, Sagittarians. And it seems to require like a clean cut. Like you saying, okay, this is it. I am free of this. I'm no longer going to be, I don't know, accepting this in my work. 19th of November, Pluto re-enters Aquarius, and it's here to stay, my dear Sagittarians, for the next 2 decades. You can expect massive transformations, complete rebirths when it comes to your, well, when it comes to your siblings, if you have siblings, when it comes to also matters connected with learning, studies, potentially neighborhood, potentially cars, transportation. I want to say that Pluto entering Aquarius could really change the way that you talk and think and speak at the same time. But it is a very slow-moving planet, so it's going to take years for you to like see all of these changes unfold. So just wanted to put it out there. 21st of November, Sagittarius season starts, so you're getting the sun activating your physical body, your sense of self, your identity. From the 21st of November for the next month, during Sagittarius season, I would say that you're probably going to feel very vitalized, very energized, possibly very much in the spotlight, and you're probably going to feel quite confident in who you are and in really kind of like living up to your full potential as a guide, as an adventurer, as a philosopher, as a dreamer, as a traveler, as an explorer, my dear Sagittarians. 27th of November, the Sun trines Mars. I feel like you're very bold on this day. You're very courageous when it comes to maybe a matter connected with foreign lands and foreign countries. Maybe you decide to like book that trip, as I said. Maybe you also feel like you're shining in a public setup when it comes to you expressing or sharing what you believe in, expressing and sharing your worldviews. Maybe you seem to feel very confident also as a guide for other people. You also seem to feel very confident in leading activities. They could be fun activities, they could be cultural activities, they could also be activities that involve traveling in some shape or form. This can also be a day of wins and victories when it comes to legal matters or matters connected with like visas, residencies, and things of that nature. So 27th of November, a very good day, Sagittarians. My dear Capricorns, Capricorn suns and Capricorn risings. November 2024, what's going on? What does November have in store for you, Capricorns? Well, the month starts off with a new moon. New moon means new beginnings. What sort of new beginnings can you expect? Well, new beginnings, Capricorns, when it comes to your goals and plans for the future. More than anything, this is a good time. The beginning of November, 1st of November, 3 days before, 3 days after, it's a very good time to ask yourselves, where am I headed? Where am I going? Who am I working with? Who do I have on my side? Is there anyone who's not going to be joining me in this sort of like quest to achieve my goals for the future? There is a possibility that some partnerships may be dismantled around the 1st of November, maybe in the first kind of like 4 days of November, Capricorns. They could be business partnerships, that's very possible. Also partnerships may be, let's say, involving working with someone one-to-one. So let's say you had, I don't know, like a financial advisor or a consultant, or let's say you had like a therapist or a counselor. You may decide to cut that tie with that person and no longer collaborate with them. It does feel like there could be a rupture that you're experiencing in the partnership sector, also coming from someone else. It could take you a little bit by surprise. It could feel quite abrupt. It could feel quite, I don't know, destabilizing to an extent. It could feel like this person is very angry. Now, if you're experiencing anger from someone around the 1st of November, I mean, actually you could experience quite a bit of anger in the first 4 days of November. Mars opposes Pluto. The aspect is exact on the 3rd of November, and it activates your relationship axis. So I repeat, you could be witness, and you could be also the target of someone's anger, of someone's frustrations. If you want the relationship to continue, if you want the partnership to continue, let's say it's your spouse, for example, and you may want the relationship to continue, I think it's very, 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 very important to talk to them and to figure out how they want things to change, how they want things between the two of you to experience a transformation. And I think it's also very important to set some sort of like goals and timeline connected with that experience of things transforming, connected with this commitment that you're making towards transformation, Capricorns, because otherwise it could feel like this is it. Like this person is really, as I said, very frustrated, very angry, like enraged, they've had enough, and they just want to like be quick about cutting ties with you, I'd say. Speaking of cutting ties, this new moon puts the spotlight on friendships as well. There could be certain friendships that go through a change, through a drastic change, through a drastic transformation. You might also change the way that you think about friendship in general. You might decide to choose friendship based on a different set of criteria, my dear Capricorns. And I would not be surprised if a friendship would not make it past this new moon. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad thing, because sometimes people can be, I mean, we may hold on to friendships, we may hold on to like relationships that we formed maybe in our childhood, maybe when we were, I don't know, like teenagers, but they are no longer constructive, those relationships, or some of them may not even be a source of joy anymore. They could just be depleting us. They could be, I don't know, acting as energetic vampires in our life in some shape or form. It feels like you may have to have a very serious conversation around this time. The other person is going to be whoever it is that you're having the conversation with. The other person is probably going to be very angry. I'm sorry, but at the same time, I would also think about the future. What do you want the future to look like, Capricorns? I think that's the most important thing to consider when it comes to whatever decisions you're making. I also want to recommend that you stay away from potentially dangerous situations, because this aspect between Mars and Pluto, which is exact on the 3rd of November, but it's going to be active from the 1st until the 4th. This aspect can indicate danger in general. So if you can stay out of like dangerous situations, I wouldn't say no to that. I would actually recommend it. And I want to emphasize that you may not necessarily see this coming if you ask me. So I would not necessarily put myself in places or in circumstances where you can experience maybe like an attack of some sorts. It doesn't mean that it's gonna happen. Like, as I said, I do see this aspect mostly as like a big fight, a big argument, but I have to give you a little bit of a heads up just to be on the lookout, to be extra vigilant in the first 4 days of November. 2nd of November, Mercury goes into Sagittarius in your 12th house. Mercury for you Capricorns is the ruler of your 6th house of day-to-day work and health and of your 9th house. So you could be doing a lot of, for the rest of November, doing a lot of thinking behind the scenes, thinking about your work, about your health, about maybe the meaning of life, about your worldview, your life philosophy. You could also be learning something behind the scenes for the rest of November. Maybe something that will help you in your work, that will help you do your job better. 4th of November, Mars goes into Leo in your 8th house. Mars is the ruler of your 4th house and of your 11th house. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so you're probably going to put a lot of energy for the rest of November and actually throughout December as well, because Mars is going to stay in Leo for the rest of the year. You might be putting a lot of energy into matters connected with transforming your home life, your family life. You could be spending a lot of money on home-related matters, on property-related matters. There is a possibility that you might need to take action and potentially even take the lead when it comes to financial matters that impact the family. You may want to be very kind of like quick when it comes to paying off debt, for example. You may also be in a very kind of like bold mood let's say, when it comes to making investments for the rest of November. Now, my recommendation, I mean, obviously you're free to do with your money whatever it is that you want to do, and this is not financial advice. You're completely responsible for what you do with your finances. You may feel courageous when it comes to putting money behind things. I like one day for that in particular out of this whole transit. The 27th of November. If you feel like, you know what, I want to put money behind this stock because I have this feeling that it's going to grow. I've got like, I don't know, this, I've read the stats, I've done my research, and I think this is it. I think this is going to be worth it. The 27th of November is good. Outside of that, I would also remember to be a little bit more kind of like cautious, because sometimes rushing into something doesn't necessarily pay off in the way that you expect it to pay off. It also feels like a friend could go through some sort of a crisis from the 4th of November until the end of the month, and you may want to kind of like step in and help them. You could be able to like help them financially. I dare say a friendship in general could be experiencing a state of crisis. I do want to put it out there. It feels like you, especially on the 4th of November, and potentially also on the 27th, it feels like you can talk it out and you can find a way to move forward together as friends. But if you don't talk it out, then it could only feel like the sense of kind of like impending crisis is kind of like accelerating, and you may not necessarily know, okay, what's our future? Are we going to be in each other's lives or not really? Last but not least, for the rest of the month, there is a high possibility that your partner may be, if you have a partner, that they might be in a very spendy mode. 9th of November, Venus squares Neptune. It could feel like someone's hiding something from you, and maybe they're trying to, I don't know, like pull the wool over your eyes and not reveal the full kind of like, the full facts, the full reality of a situation. You could also experience a sense of disappointment or disillusionment. I dare say, Capricorns, with something that you realize has been going on behind the scenes in your career sector. So you could be feeling a tiny little bit betrayed, maybe because someone's been hiding information and you're just like disappointed in them because, I don't know, maybe you thought you were friends, maybe you thought you had like a good relationship, and you could be wondering like, why have they hidden this information from me, this piece of information from me? 11th of November until the 7th of December. You're going to love this transit. Venus transits Capricorn in your first house. So you're feeling magnetic, you are attractive, you've got this kind of like ability to like call towards you exactly what it is that you need throughout this period. You might be extra charming throughout this period. You may be extra charming, especially when it comes to professional matters, because Venus rules your house of career. And when it comes to romantic matters, I dare say, it is a very good time to go out on dates. It is also a very good time to express what it is that makes you feel valued and loved and appreciated. You may feel valued and appreciated both by, I don't know, like bosses, managers, people in positions of power throughout this period, but also by a loved one. Potentially also by children, if you have kids, my dear Capricorn. So yeah, just putting it out there. If you want to beautify yourselves, if you want to go to the, I don't know, like a hair salon and change your looks, or like color your hair, or like spend money on like nice clothes, this is it. Venus is saying, yep, make sure to look after the aesthetics of how you show up in the world. 12th of November, Mercury squares Saturn, potentially delays on the road, potentially also a feeling of dealing with something really like hard and like having to climb uphill without a lot of support when it comes to a matter connected with money, finances, but also communication in general. It could be communication in the workspace in particular. You could also discover that maybe you have extra work to do, and that kind of like interferes with some of your plans. So something along those lines, my dear Capricorns. 15th of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a full moon in Taurus. Now, I think you're going to like this full moon, Capricorns. Why? Because this full moon is activating your house of fun, entertainment, enjoyment, creative self-expression. This is a full moon in which fun with friends can be a big theme. Now, I know we've talked about friendship possibly being kind of like up and down this this month. It does look like you're getting a break from like challenges in the sector of friendship around this time. You could also experience like some sort of a surprise coming from a friend around this time, and it does seem to make you happy. This is generally a very fun time, however. It's time for parties, it's time for like social occasions. Someone could surprise you. It could be a friend, it could be a romantic partner, it could be even your child. They could surprise you with, I don't know, like something nice that maybe involves going out into the world, maybe going to like a play or to the opera or to a concert or something like that. This full moon might also make you feel very proud of something that's going on in the life of a child. So maybe your child, I don't know, like scores really high on one of their tests, and you're like, yes, fantastic. I mean, you've done better than I thought. For those of you who are trying to have children, who are trying to conceive, I will say that this can bring an unexpected pregnancy. Just as a bit of an FYI, you do seem to be happy, but I wanted to put it out there. Surprise opportunities to enjoy yourselves, Capricorns. That is the theme. And for those of you who are open to being in a relationship and who are not in a relationship as we speak, this full moon can bring an unexpectedly, I don't know, like charming and attentive lover. I'm just gonna say it. They might even do something like really nice for you and you didn't see it coming, and you're like, my heart is full. This is so nice. So there's a lot that I like about this full moon. What I don't necessarily like about this this full moon is that Jupiter, Saturn, and Mercury are going to be in a tense aspect. So this is a great time for fun. It is a great time for enjoyment. It's a great time for romance. But work might get a tiny little bit in the way. So I'm thinking, let's say your significant other surprises you with like an unexpected trip, and I don't know, you might need to find at the very last minute replacements for your shifts, or you may need to like pass on the work to someone else so that you can take a few days off, and it could feel like that might be a bit of a more challenging area to navigate or to figure out, I'd say. 17th of November, the Sun opposes Uranus. Once again, it could feel like possibly, maybe like a friend does something or says something that kind of like takes you really by surprise, as if you didn't see it coming. A surprise from a friend is kind of like the theme of this day. 19th of November, for the next 2 decades, Pluto goes back into Aquarius in your second house. So you can expect, and you're likely to experience, Capricorns, over the next 2 decades, a drastic transformation of your value system, of what you consider to be valuable and important, but also a drastic transformation of your financial sector and of how you make your money. 21st of November, the Sun goes into Sagittarius in your 12th house, so it illuminates that sort of like behind the scenes part of your chart. I feel like this could be a good time, Sagittarius season, to maybe take some time off. If you ask me. You could also become increasingly aware of your blind spots potentially throughout this period, and you might feel like the focus is very, very strongly placed also on mental health related matters. 26th of November until the middle of December, Mercury goes retrograde in your 12th house. Mercury is also the ruler of your of your 6th house and of your 9th house. So with Mercury retrograde, there could be issues going on behind the scenes that interfere with your work. You might need to dig a little deeper, maybe mistakes that you didn't uncover, or maybe people kind of like doing things that you didn't have visibility of that like mess up your own, I don't know, like system or structure at work. So you might need to like do a bit of, as I said, I was about to say of forensics, of due diligence, of uncovering, like, who is the culprit, what's not working, what's not functioning. You could experience issues in the workspace with, I don't know, like technology malfunctioning, so please make sure to like save everything that you work on, all the presentations, all of that good stuff. There could be misunderstandings and miscommunications at work, which is why I recommend making sure, triple checking that your message has been received as it was intended to be received. Oh God, I have to share this. Okay, Capricorns, I think you're gonna laugh. So there's this lady, I don't remember her name for the life of me, that I follow on Instagram, and she's basically like a coach. She's a guide for people who want to navigate the corporate world better, right? So she kind of like gives advice and recommendations on how to deal with like difficult scenarios at work, such as, I don't know, like colleagues like crossing your boundaries, or work encroaching upon your personal time and things like that. And she did this video recently where she shared mistakes that people had sent to her, that mistakes that they had done at work. And there was this one person who said, I sent an email saying Kenny is a weasel, thinking that I sent it to my to my work BFF. I had actually sent it to Kenny, our, I don't know, like manager or CEO. So be careful, Capricorns, that you do not experience these types of issues in the workspace, I would say. When Mercury is retrograde, 26th of November until the middle of December, if you need to travel, my recommendation would be to get travel insurance. You could experience delays, cancellations, postponements. You might need to, I don't know, be flexible with your schedule, because Mercury is also the ruler of your 9th house. So just as an FYI, I've given you a heads up. 27th of November, the Sun trines Mars. I feel like you're becoming increasingly kind of like confident about making some significant changes in your life, my dear Capricorns. And this is also a very good day for investments. And there could also be some good news connected with money, finances, coming from your partner if you do have a partner. And that is Capricorn. My dear Aquarius, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings. November of 2024, what does it look like for you Aquarians? Well, the month starts off with a new moon in your 10th house, the house of career, public status, public reputation, public life in general. So a new moon, you know the drill, brings a new beginning, a fresh start. This new moon can bring a new position for you in the professional space. It can bring a new beginning, potentially maybe also when it comes to the industry that you activate in. The new one can also bring new leadership in your life. If you work for someone else, if let's say, I don't know, your company's been acquired by another company, alas, there could be announcements, hey, this is happening, you're gonna have a new manager, you're going to have a new boss. The new moon can also bring with it potentially new opportunities career-wise, maybe an opportunity to transform your professional path, to transform your vocational path in some shape or form. There is a possibility that whatever is going on in your career sector, it might also bring with it some sort of drastic change of what your day-to-day looks like professionally. So for example, let's say new leadership comes in, you might hear that the new manager is planning to restructure the teams. They're planning to, I don't know, work differently, and alas, your day-to-day is going to involve a different set of tasks. There is a very high chance that at the time of this new moon, you might become aware of the fact that you're maybe going to be working with different people in a different setup, in a different environment, maybe, I repeat, using different tools. Some colleagues from your team could leave, or they could be made redundant. I do want to put it out there, Aquarius. This is also, however, a time when you might take a decision. Based off of what's going on in the workspace, you might decide, you know what, I'm going to change my approach when it comes to my professional path. I'm going to play things differently. I'm going to be more strategic. There is a possibility that things might come to the surface that have been buried or hidden in the workspace. Maybe secrets, maybe mistakes, maybe things that were done the incorrect way on purpose. I'm also thinking of potentially maybe issues that bordered on the, I don't know, line between like what's legal and what's not legal, they could come to the surface as well. So for example, you might hear of a colleague who's been, just to give a very dramatic example, who's been stealing money from work or from the company's bank accounts. That could come to the surface. Announcements of how things are going to be unfolding differently on a day-to-day basis at work are very, very likely. There is a possibility that some of you could be leaving a job, potentially for something else, maybe something in a different sector, in a different industry, maybe for something that will lead to an increase in your status. Whatever's going on in your career sector and whatever decision you're taking, Aquarians, it looks like it's going to be quite auspicious from a financial perspective. So if you find yourselves in a different position, if you find yourselves wanting to leave a job behind, if you find yourselves wanting to say yes to a different opportunity, I believe that this can pay off financially, Aquarians. And from a financial security and stability perspective, you seem to be in a very, very good place at this time. There's something else going on in the first 4 days of November. They are not my favorite days. I am going to put it out there. Especially the 3rd of November is probably my least favorite day of the month, but you may feel this energy that I'm going to describe to you also from the beginning of the month. Mars opposes Pluto on the 3rd of November exact, but I repeat, it's probably going to be active also in the days before and potentially on the day after, so on the 4th of November as well. There could be dramatic, intense, transformative conflicts that you experience in the workspace, in the workplace, in your work environment. You could also experience some sort of intense destruction within the workspace. Now, what do I mean by that? We don't have to think about, I don't know, like really like awful things. Let's say you realize that, I don't know, the server that you've been saving things on has been damaged by water, for instance. So there could be some sort of destruction in the workplace that you witness, and that could potentially also impact some of the work that you have done. There's also a possibility that you may have some really bad, some really intense arguments in the workspace, and my recommendation would be to choose your battles very wisely. So unless you are sure 100% that you want to leave this place, you may want to be careful with the words that you use and with how you kind of like address this conflict. Maybe someone comes at you, attacking you, metaphorically speaking. I'm not referring to like physical attacks. I think it's important to be potentially the strategic one in the room, unless, I repeat, unless you are actually in danger, and unless you are 100% sure that this is the place that you want to leave behind in your work life. The first 4 days of November can also bring health-related crises, not necessarily on your end. I'm thinking potentially of your mom. The new moon can also put the spotlight on your mom, so there could be some sort of like health crisis that she's dealing with that she might need to tackle. It could possibly involve maybe an element of surgery. That's a possibility. So something in the health sector could come to your attention like really suddenly, quickly, with kind of like a big jolt. Speaking of health, if you are witnessing anyone in your life, maybe your mom, maybe a colleague, a work colleague, going through something really hard on the health front, I would see it as a bit of a flag, as a warning for you to maybe change some things in the way that you approach your health, so that you don't have to experience similar issues, or so that you kind of like try as much as possible to prevent similar issues from happening to you health-wise in the future, I'd say. Last but not least, at work. If you're working with heavy machinery, with heat, or with sharp tools, I would be extra cautious and careful, because Mars-Pluto is a little bit prone to kind of like intense, destructive accidents. Now, you don't necessarily have to work with sharp tools and machines in your job. Let's say you are, I don't know, like cutting something at home. My recommendation, Aquarians, is take it slow, be careful, don't rush, because it's not worth, I don't know, like hurting yourselves. Just putting it out there. 2nd of November, Mercury goes into Sagittarius. It's going to stay in Sagittarius in your 11th house for the rest of the month, and actually it's going to spend some time there in December as well. So you're going to be probably like thinking a lot about friends, talking to friends, chatting with them, maybe organizing social events, social occasions, a lot of like social activity in your life, Aquarians, or maybe plans around that. Mercury also rules your 8th house. There is a possibility that some friends could be going through some kind of like challenges or crises, and they may kind of like talk to you about what they're going through. Part of you could feel maybe a bit awkward at times because maybe you don't necessarily have the ability to help them, or maybe you could be able to help them if you were open to, I believe, taking care of something for them financially. Now, when can you hear of kind of like friends experiencing crises? I am going to say in particular, I'm looking at the 9th of November. I'm looking at the 12th of November. So these would be kind of like the key dates this month. Speaking of Mercury, Mercury is going to go retrograde in this part of your chart, 26th of November until the 15th of December. This is a great time to reconnect with people from the past, to reconnect with old friends, to maybe catch up with people who you haven't seen in a long time. It's a great time to also reach out to maybe organizations, communities, groups of people that you, I don't know, haven't been in touch with for a while. You might hear back from old friends. They could be knocking at your door. At the same time, I would also be very careful generally with making sure that you and friends are on the same page when it comes to communication, when it comes to agreeing on plans, on something that you wanna do. Speaking of plans, with Mercury retrograde, you may need to put some plans on hold between the 26th until the 15th of December because of maybe changes in someone else's schedule, maybe because of changes in the diaries and in the schedule of your friends or of your peers or of your colleagues. So that is a possibility with Mercury retrograde. Going back in time, so 4th of November, pretty much for the rest of November, and actually for the rest of December, Aquarians, Mars is going to be transiting your 7th house in Leo. Now, Mars is the ruler of your 3rd house and of your 10th house of career. What does that tell me? So, you may be very driven and motivated to take action to form business partnerships, professional partnerships, to move forward maybe with existing partnerships, with existing collaborations in the professional space. You might be keen to kind of like go to get things off the ground. At the same time, it could also feel like business partners, but also life partners, are very demanding. They want a lot from you. They've got opinions. They're going to be very direct about what they think. They're going to give you a piece of their mind. They can also be a little bit in a rush. So not only are they likely to be pushy and demanding, they might be in a rush to get things over the line. So you might need to like slow them down. The good part, if we can call it this way, is if anything needs to get done from the 4th of November until the end of the year, it feels like other people, it could be a business partner, it could be your life partner, it could be a boss, it could be a colleague. Other people are eager to take the lead and to kind of be in control and put this show on the road. So I believe you might be much more comfortable with the position of the follower in some shape or form, and kind of like following someone else's lead throughout November, my dear Aquarians, from the 4th of November onwards. And it could actually be a good time for you to just, I don't know, take the foot off the pedal and just let them take the lead, and you can be like, yeah, I'm gonna do whatever you say, and let's make it happen. Of course, if you are in agreement with them. If you're not, then this can potentially bring conflicts, this transit. It can bring conflicts with your significant other, it can bring conflicts at work, it can bring conflicts with colleagues, with siblings, because they are gonna wanna do things their way, just as an FYI. 4th of November is a nice day also for career purposes when it comes to things kind of like stabilizing, maybe after quite a bit of like turmoil at the beginning of the month. things could become a lot clearer as to how they're going to work out in the long term. Your career path and your vocational path seems to be a lot clearer moving forward. If your mom has been going through any sort of challenges or crises, things seem to be settling in for her as well. 9th of November, Venus squares Neptune. I would be careful not to overspend money on this day, especially when it comes to social occasions, and not to, I don't know, not to feel obligated or like it's your duty to like buy drinks for everyone or like treat everyone to, I don't know, like to a nice meal, because you might end up spending quite a bit, unless it is actually your duty and obligation. If you find yourselves in a social setup, in a social situation. 11th of November until the 7th of December, Venus transits Capricorn in your 12th house, Aquarians. I mean, this is a great time to unwind, to take some time off, to chill, to relax, to spend time away from the world, to retreat from the world quite a bit, to kind of like do your thing behind the scenes, my dear Aquarians. You might be planning a trip behind the scenes. Activities that have an element of this sort of like behind the scenes retreat kind of energy are likely to be very enjoyable and pleasant throughout this period. Venus is also likely to make really enjoyable and pleasant any activities of a spiritual nature, such as meditating throughout this period. So if you wanted to pick up, I don't know, like meditation as a habit, this is it. Venus is probably going to make things a lot easier for you. November 12th of November, Mercury squares Saturn. I feel like you need to have a very difficult conversation with potentially a friend or a loved one, or maybe even your kid if you have kids, around money. And it feels like you have some big goals for the future, but you need to be a little bit more realistic and to kind of like adjust and adapt your vision to take into account any sort of financial limitations and restrictions that you're experiencing. 15th of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Taurus activating the 4th house, 10th house axis. A culminating point in your home life, in your family life, a lucky break, I wanna say. It feels like there could be some sort of an unexpected, pleasant surprise that you become aware of when it comes to your home life, your family members. Out of the blue, it feels like someone's kind of like experiencing something really positive. Maybe it is a surprise. Maybe they've kept it secret. I don't know. Maybe you hear of a surprise like pregnancy announcement, for example. It also feels like things are taking a turn for the better when it comes to family matters and home-related matters. And maybe also when it comes to the living situation side of things. If you've been experiencing any challenges on that front, then this full moon is here to give you a lucky break, I repeat, and to free you of any sort of like burdens, if you ask me. I believe that the relationship with a family member could experience some sort of a positive transformation. You could have an aha moment. You could experience a breakthrough. Some of you could be wrapping up an existing home and living situation. So you could be preparing to move. You could be preparing to, I don't know, like sell your house or like purchase another home. If you're looking to buy, to sell, or to make any sort of like big moves in terms of home and living situation, prepare yourselves, Aquarians, in the best of ways, because you're probably going to get some sort of like unexpected support in this direction. Maybe like something makes its way to you, like, I don't know, the perfect like house listing finds its way to you, and you think, yes, this is it. This is our dream home, and we're gonna move in it and get ready to sell the one that we're living in. So that's just one example. Those of you who have kids, whatever changes you're kind of like planning to make in the home space, in the home and living situation sector, I would also slow down a little bit and really ask myself if I were in your shoes, how is this going to impact the kids? Are they going to be upset? Are they going to be happy? Are they going to be sad because they're leaving friends behind? For example, if you're moving, how big a house do you need? Let's say if you're going to have more kids, are you going to need, I don't know, like a larger like backyard or something like that? Because it feels like there could be some elements of the connected with the children's sector that you're not yet, that you haven't yet figured out, that you're not yet super, super sure about. 17th of November, the Sun opposes Uranus. I mean, I feel like there could be some sort of unexpected surprise happening in your home life, in your family life, that takes you away from work, or maybe that takes your focus away from your career path. There's also a possibility that something could indeed happen at home that requires you to change any sort of like professional plans that you had at very, very, very short notice. And that could lead to someone being very disappointed, such as a boss, for example. 19th of November, Pluto re-enters Aquarius. For the next 2 decades, it's gonna stay in your sign Aquarians. I'm just gonna say it. Prepare yourselves for 2 decades of literal rebirth. You are transforming into a new person. You are becoming a new person. You are transmuting the old you into an evolved you. However, something that I really want to stress out with Pluto transiting your first house, if you haven't been taking care of your physical body, if you haven't been looking after yourselves, if you haven't been paying attention to how your body feels, this transit is really going to emphasize any sort of potentially kind of like underlying issues. So I would recommend sooner rather than later, if you know that you need to make some changes for your health, if you know that you need to like change your habits, if you know that you need to, I don't know, like stop like smoking or something like that, I would recommend doing it. Again, you have free will, you can do whatever you please. 21st of November for the next month, the Sun transits Sagittarius in your 11th house. So the focus is going to be on social events, social occasions, catching up with friends. Also, your focus is going to be on plans and goals for the future. You might define what your vision for the future looks like. You might set new goals, new intentions for the future. And 27th of November, the Sun trines Mars. This feels like you are kind of like overjoyed, or you're just like really happy for someone else's win. You're celebrating someone else's win. Maybe your partner has kind of like achieved something really big. Maybe a friend has achieved something very important. And it feels like it's a reason for fun and for enjoyment and for celebration, and you're kind of like applauding them and you're being their cheerleader in some shape or form. But you feel good, you feel excited for them. It's also possible that something maybe that you allowed your partner to take the lead with has turned out really well on the 27th of November. It seems to have turned out maybe even like better than expected. So it's a real success. Let's say maybe you let your partner organize something and it turned out fabulously. You seem to feel very energized by the interactions with other people on the 27th of November, both by the interactions with maybe a romantic partner, but also by the interactions with a friend, and you also seem to be very motivated at the same time. So I'm liking the 27th of November. And that is Aquarius. Now let's look at Pisces. Pisces suns and Pisces risings. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for sticking around. November 2024. What do you have? What do you have in store? What's going on, my dear Pisces? Well, the month starts off with a new moon on the 1st. In your 9th house. So this could bring a fresh start, a new beginning, or a new kind of like chapter kicking off when it comes to your academic path, when it comes to legal matters, when it comes to potentially, I don't know, like a visa related situation, your residency sector. So if you've been applying for like a green card or something like that, it could feel like you're entering a new stage, a new chapter in that direction. You might also have a bit of an aha moment around this time. When it comes to your worldview and your life philosophy, my dear Pisces, there is a possibility that some of you could experience a drastic transformation of your belief system and of your life philosophy. Those of you who are married, this new moon can also put the spotlight on in-laws. In-laws could experience a new start, a new beginning, a fresh start in some shape or form. Potentially that fresh start might involve some sort of a drastic transformation of their life direction. So maybe they are going to, I don't know, like retire or something big along those lines. Now, going back to a change of like beliefs that you may experience, Pisces, I feel like you are breaking up with potentially maybe like a habit or a way of thinking or a way of looking at life that you realize has been sabotaging you, or that you realize is actually destructive rather than constructive. It's kind of like holding you back from fulfilling your goals and from fulfilling your dreams. You could also break up with a group of people, I want to say, around this time. There's also a possibility, for example, that you hear news connected with your academic path. Maybe you are accepted to, I don't know, like an overseas like PhD, and you realize, oh my God, I'm going to have to like leave my friends behind. I'm going to have to leave a lot of the people that I love behind if I'm going to say yes to this thing. The new moon is in a nice aspect to Saturn in your first house, so it seems to bring stability and a sense of commitment towards the person who you want to build yourselves up into, my dear Pisces. I believe that you could also change your views on potentially the matters connected with children. Maybe you could change your views around this time on matters connected with children's education, on matters connected with, I don't know, like children's goals and life direction. So you could have a bit of a change of heart. Speaking of children, first 4 days of November, if you have kids, my recommendation would be to make sure, as much as possible, as much as it is humanly possible, to make sure that they are out of harm's way, because there is an increased possibility of accidents, of incidents, especially when it comes to like sports and games. So that's something that I would recommend being a little bit extra cautious with. The aspect is exact. So Mars opposes Pluto exactly on the 3rd of November. So that's kind of like the peak day. But you may feel it also beginning of November all the way until the 4th. I would also recommend, with Mars opposing Pluto, that if you have to fight a fight, to make sure that you are physically safe in general, and you probably are physically safe. You may witness a fight between friends. You may witness potentially in a group type of setup, in a group environment, maybe some sort of like aggressive kind of like acts around this time. So if you're, for example, going to a concert, I would recommend maybe, I don't know, like staying closer to, or like keeping an eye on what's happening around you and being a little bit extra vigilant, because fights could kind of like erupt, or like accidents could happen. So if you are doing anything fun, or if you're doing anything that involves you being surrounded by friends or by a group of people, by a community of people, I would just be a little bit extra cautious. And as I said, with kids, I would potentially maybe like not send them to football on those days, just to give just to give an example. You may break up with some friends or with a community or with an organization if you do that, Pisces. So if you decide, you know what, I'm not going to hang out with these people anymore because they're a bad influence, there's also nice ways to deliver the message. You don't have to have a confrontation, although the 3rd of November in particular is quite confrontational in its energy. 2nd of November, Mercury goes into Sagittarius in your house of career, so you're going to be thinking a lot for the rest of the month about your career sector. You're probably going to be, I don't know, like talking to a lot of people in the professional space, maybe organizing a lot of meetings, presenting a lot of things. It feels like people are like watching in the professional setup and in the public setup what you have to say. This is not just about career. Mercury transit in your 10th house is literally bringing your opinions and your thoughts and your way of thinking into the eyes of the world, let's say. So it could feel like what you think, what you say, and the thoughts that you express are getting a lot more attention than in general. I repeat, not just in the career sector, but especially in the career sector. Mercury is also going to go retrograde in your house of career, 26th of November until the 15th of December. Now, this is a good time to get back in touch with people who you've worked with in the past. It's a good time to revisit maybe old projects, to look at whether they need tweaking or updating or upgrading. It's a great time to revisit also your public image. Do you need to update your portfolio? Do you need to change the bio on your, I don't know, like website, or do you need to update your LinkedIn? So Mercury retrograde in the 10th house is a great time to do that. It can also delay any sort of ongoing activities and especially partnerships and collaborations in the professional space. Mercury retrograde can lead to kind of like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth conversations, negotiations. It could feel like things aren't moving the way that they're supposed to move in terms of like pace. So just be aware that you could experience a feeling of a little bit of frustration in that sense. Also, I would be mindful of what you share in a public setup, and especially in a professional setup with Mercury retrograde, Pisces, because your words could be misinterpreted. Classic Mercury retrograde, right? So just reread through the presentation. And also, if you're presenting anything throughout this period, maybe make sure that you don't have any typos. I would just be a little bit more attentive to things of that nature. That's the retrograde for you. Are you potentially maybe in need of, I don't know, like repairs or like, I'm thinking also of like reviewing any sort of like gadgetry or like tech or tools, especially communication related tools that you use for work. So they might need to be, I don't know, like fixed or repaired or even replaced. I'd say with Mercury retrograde. 4th of November, Mars. I'm like, where am I? I've got a list. That's what I'm literally looking at. I've got a list of the most important transits every month, and that's what I follow when I do the forecasts. 4th of November, Mars goes into Leo in your house of day-to-day work and health for the rest of November and for the rest of the year, Pisces. So you're gonna have a lot of energy to put into your work. I feel like you're gonna do a lot of good work if you can be the leader, if you can take action, if you can be the one kind of like pointing the direction in the workspace. Mars also loves to work independently, so you might get a lot done in the workspace by yourselves, Pisces. At the same time, it can also make you a little bit impatient with colleagues. You might feel like you're in a rush and they're not getting where this kind of like sense of urgency is coming from. So Mars can also bring conflict in its kind of darker expression. Make sure that you choose your battles wisely and make sure that you are not being unreasonable. in your demands, let's say. Mars transiting the 6th house can also make you a tiny little bit prone to incidents at work of a physical nature. So especially if you work physically with tools, with heat, with sharp tools, with heavy machinery. So I would just make sure, I would kind of like slow down and make sure that you're not in a rush when you're doing the work with these kinds of tools so that you save yourselves from like potential accidents. Mars transiting your 6th house is also likely to give you a lot of energy to put towards health-related matters. So if you've been postponing, I don't know, going back to the gym, or if you've kind of like set some really courageous goals health-wise, this is it. Mars is here to help you. Mars is like, come on, you've got this, you can do this. It gives you that extra kind of like drive, that extra motivation. If you've been meaning to find a new job, Mars is here to help. I'm just gonna say it. Mars also rules your house of income, so if you want to get paid better, this is it. I dare say pretty much until the end of the month, you may feel very enthusiastic and move actually quite fast in terms of securing possibly a better paid job or like maybe like better paying projects if you work on a project basis. I like the 4th of November also because the Sun trines Saturn, so you seem to feel very comfortable and confident with how your life is evolving. You seem to feel really kind of like knowledgeable and experienced and also quite stable from an emotional perspective. So it's kind of like a feel-good energy when it comes to who you are becoming as a person, Pisces. 9th of November, Venus squares Neptune. I feel like someone in the workspace, it could be a boss, it could be a colleague, it could be a business partner, they might have some unreasonable demands from you. They might be, I want to say, overly optimistic, and you might feel a bit confused as to how to, I don't know, like burst their bubble. A relationship, especially a professional relationship, might feel very kind of confusing. It's like, what is this about? Like, what do you want from me? What do I want from you? Kind of thing. So it's very unclear. So I would make sure if you need to like sign any contracts or anything, that you are on the same page with this person and that you know exactly what they expect of you. You might need to disappoint them with kindness, but gently disappoint them if they are, I don't know, like eager to get the sun and the moon and the stars, and metaphorically speaking. 11th of November until the 7th of December, Venus transits Capricorn. You are going to like this, Pisces. Essentially, this transit is superb for you. Connecting with friends, going out, attending social events, also being very kind of like appreciated and very kind of like valued within professional organizations. Speaking of professional organizations, it's a great time to mingle, to network, to become active within professional organizations. I would also say it's a great time to set goals and intentions when it comes to your family life, but also when it comes to your studies. And you may feel like you attract a lot of support from friendly influences, I wanna say. It could be your friends, it could be work colleagues, it could be a parent. You are attracting support when it comes to making your goals come true, I'd say. 12th of November, Mercury squares Saturn. Communication is not going as expected in the workspace, I believe. It feels like you're having a bit of a hard time understanding what someone wants from you. Maybe it's a boss, maybe it's a client. Communication with a parent could also feel quite challenging, I'd say. Maybe it's frustrating for you because they are coming across as, once again, like overly optimistic, and you're realizing the reality of the situation and also the pressure that this puts on you potentially. 15th of November, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon activating your 3rd house, 9th house axis, Pisces. An unexpected good, an unexpectedly good result, so an unexpected surprise, but the good kind, when it comes to the results of an exam, or when it comes to the results of maybe a course, a class that you've taken. You seem to feel very confident about what you've learned. There could also be good news connected not just with your academic and educational path, but also good news coming up when it comes to legal matters. An unexpected trip, I dare say, could come up. So maybe, I don't know, like a friend calls you and says, "Oh, I've booked 2 tickets for us to go to like this place. Do you want to join me?" And you're like, "Wow, I didn't see this coming. That's exciting. That's insane. But hey, I'm in." Unexpected but pleasant encounters can be the norm around this time. It feels like you also might have something to celebrate with a group of people, with a community of people. Maybe something that you've worked really hard on delivers the expected results, I'd say. If you need to make a presentation, if you need to pitch something, if you need to wrap up something that you've put a lot of like mental effort into, I believe you are wrapping it up with tremendous success. So much success that it could even take you aback. You're like, wow, I did not think this would be such a resounding, I don't know, like success, but it is. And last but not least, it could feel like if you're looking for a buyer for anything that you're selling, someone out of the blue comes in and says, "Yes, I want what you're selling." The other way around is also likely to work out. So if you're looking to purchase something, maybe like a friend comes in and says, "Oh, I've got just the guy for you to like buy this, I don't know, like car from. Like we've got someone who has exactly what you need." So it feels like a lucky kind of development in a sense, I would say. I do want to flag that at the time of this full moon, there's going to be a mutable T-square in the sky between Jupiter, Saturn, and Mercury. If you're agreeing to anything, if you're signing anything, if you're purchasing tickets, if you are signing, I don't know, like a contract, if you are selling a car, please make sure, this is me being extra cautious, make sure that there aren't any mistakes or any typos or any sort of like confusing, make sure that there isn't any confusing information in whatever it is that you're like agreeing to or signing. 17th of November, Sun opposes Uranus. It feels like someone could really challenge your worldview on this time, and they seem to be very kind of like extreme in their way of communicating as well. An unexpected maybe delay or cancellation even when it comes to a trip. I'm just gonna say it. 19th of November, Pluto re-enters Aquarius, and it's here to stay for the next 2 decades. Expect, my dear Pisces, a complete transformation of any sort of like involvement that you have with institutions over the next 2 decades. The collective is experiencing a change, and that is likely to reverberate into your life as well. You might also completely transform the way that you approach your mental health, as well as any sort of like escapist tendencies and maybe any addictions that you might have as well. So Pluto comes in and kind of like is able to like help you experience a rebirth in that sense. So if you've been struggling with anything in that regards, Pluto is probably going to help. If you've been ignoring things in that regards, Pluto is going to bring things to the surface and you're probably not going to be able to ignore them any longer. You're probably going to have to deal with them. Sagittarius season starts on the 21st of November for a month. The sun transits your house of career, public status, and public reputation. The spotlight seems to be placed on you in a professional setup. Everyone wants a piece of you. You're getting a lot of attention. You're shining. You're very confident. You also seem to shine in the world in general, Pisces. I know. It's a nice time. You seem to feel really kind of like seen and vitalized by the attention that you're getting in a public setup. It could be for your career success. It's very possible. It could also be for the positive changes that you've made when it comes to your health. But in any case, people are noticing. And it does seem to like energize you if you ask me. 27th of November, the sun trines Mars. I feel like this is a day for you to congratulate yourselves, Pisces, for a win that you're experiencing at work. So maybe something that you've put a lot of energy into that felt like a bold move works out beautifully. It feels like you are also shining as a leader, as a visionary in the workspace. You also seem to score a big win potentially when it comes to your health, and it's kind of like very visible to the outside world. So if you've been making positive changes, like I said, it could feel like, yes, this is it. Like I'm gonna keep kind of like pushing, but I can also see how my efforts are being rewarded. A really auspicious day to potentially like sign a client, to get a big kind of like win when it comes to, I don't know, like a very lucrative project in the workspace. So generally, I want to say the 27th of November is probably one of my favorite days. If there is a need for you to take the lead professionally, take it, because you're probably going to, I repeat, shine. I know that I've used this word over and over again, but I feel like it's very appropriate for like a sun in aspect to a planet in Leo kind of day. My dear Pisces, that is your November horoscope. Folks, I want to thank you once again for tuning in. It was a pleasure, as usual, to deliver your monthly horoscopes, and please let us know in the comments how the month unfolds for you. Remember that if you want to work with me, you can find me on my website, writteninthestars-astrology.com. That is my website. That is the only place where you can purchase my services. You can go straight to the services section. I've also left a link in the description box and in the pinned comments for you to kind of like go straight to it. If you're a new client, the 1 hour, 15 minutes Zoom consultation is the one to go for. And if you're an existing client, you know the drill. There is like the 30 minutes follow-up consultation, but also the year ahead forecast if we haven't talked for a year. I'm also active on Instagram at RuxUnbelievable. RuxUnbelievable in one word. If my content is interesting, if it's useful, if you like it, if you enjoy it, don't forget to share, subscribe, like this video, and if you want to make a donation to my channel, you can do that using the thanks button underneath the video. Thank you once again for tuning in, and I will see you next time. Bye.